Please make your way to the theater. Our program will begin shortly. Please make your way to the theater. Our program will begin shortly. Please make your way to the theater. Our program will begin shortly. Please make your way to the theater. Our program will begin shortly. Please make your way to the theater. Our program will begin shortly. Please make your way to the theater. Our program will begin shortly. Please make your way to the theater. Our program will begin shortly. Please make your way to the theater. Our program will begin shortly. Please find your seats. Our program will begin shortly. Please make your way to the theater. Our program will begin shortly. Please make your way to the theater. Our program will begin shortly. Please make your way to the theater. Our program will begin shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Round of applause. Wake up. Good grief, this afternoon. So I am doing the kickoff. I'm Willie Johnson, Vice President of Strategic Sourcing, Procurement, and Economic Development for ViStar Credit Union, and also an advisory committee member for the Veterans Entrepreneurship Initiative. And again, welcome to the VEI Business Summit. So, ladies and gentlemen, to me, VEI serves a holistic purpose for both veterans and the communities in which we live. One of the things that we don't often think about is how independent artists are actually business owners, right? When we think about recording artists, media graphics, and the like, right? So today we have a special guest, and it's independent national gospel recording artist, 3-time Stellar Music Award. So if you don't know what the Stellar Music Awards are, it's like the American Music Awards for gospel music. Ladies and gentlemen, to perform our national anthem, Aaron Lavelle.
Jose, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched was so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
So ladies and gentlemen, with that, we're kicking off our VEI Business Summit as I turn it over to our 3-year or third year in a row Master of Ceremony, who needs no introduction, but she's inspirational, motivational speaker and coach, Carla Ray.
For my friend Willie Johnson one more time. So my name is Carla Ray. I'm so excited to be back with you for the 3rd year. Who all has been here all 3 years? Make some noise. Who are the first timers in the room? Okay. All right. Well, you are in for a wonderful treat of a day. This is our, pleasure to welcome all of you, all of our esteemed veterans, distinguished guests here to our 3rd annual Veteran Business Summit through VEI, the Veteran Entrepreneurship Initiative. Again, we are here today for a shared mission. It's really to empower and support our veteran entrepreneurs in their pursuit of success and innovation. VEI was founded on the belief that the military veteran community possesses a wealth of unique skills, experiences, and perspectives that can really drive positive change in the business world. Am I right? Yeah. So we are excited to get started with this day full of education and inspiration. We want everyone to leave here inspired and more connected to everyone in this room. There are amazing connections that you can make in this room right now. Our purpose for this summit is not only to celebrate the entrepreneurial spirit that thrives within our veteran community, but also to provide resources, such incredible resources here in this room, insights and connections needed to succeed in today's competitive landscape. We've brought together a remarkable team today, a lineup of speakers, panelists, and industry experts who are going to be pouring back into the community today. We thank them for their time. They're so eager to share their experience and knowledge and really help you excel in your business endeavors. Now, for those of you who attended last year, you were witness to the launch of the SPEAR Accelerator program. So exciting. We are excited to share the impact that it's had just in its first year. So this year we're going to look into the SPEAR Accelerator Health Tech Cohort 2025 and hear from some of the veteran founders in the inaugural class. So very, very exciting. As today's MC, it is really my honor to be a part of the igniting of these new ideas, creation of powerful connections, and the relentless determination of our attendees to build a brighter future for themselves and our community. So, before we get started, I want to give a quick rundown of what you can expect today. We are going to start the program in just a few minutes with an update on the SPEAR Accelerator Health Tech Cohort. We will then have our first panel, the VEI, the Veteran Innovation. Veteran founders and SPEAR alumni will share their insight into their entrepreneurial journey and health tech and driving innovation. And we will then take a quick networking break. We know a lot of you got to chat out before the program started. We want to keep those connections going and really see how we can all help each other grow in our business. You'll also have an opportunity to check out the exhibitors out in the hallway. For the second part of our program, we will kick off with our keynote speaker, Kevin, who's going to be sharing his journey from serving as a Navy SEAL to becoming a successful business owner. You will walk away from that speech with powerful insights into cultivating an entrepreneurial mindset. And then we will follow that up with our innovation ecosystem panel, where business leaders will help you unlock Central Florida's innovation powerhouse and share strategies on how to tap into and navigate the Central Florida vibrant innovation ecosystem. We'll end the day with Dr. Laura Gallagher, who's going to bring an impactful presentation on stress detox, something we all need, right? For those high achievers in the room, which I think most everybody would identify with that nomer. So it's going to be an inspiring closeout for our day today, and she's been a fantastic thought leader in the area of focusing on de-stressing and really tapping into your potential. So before we get started with a very special award, we are going to go through just a few quick housekeeping items. A reminder that today's program is being live streamed right now, so you can actually share it on your LinkedIn profile and make all your friends jealous that they're not here, and that way they can bookmark it for next year. You can find the QR code on the back of your name tag. There's, of course, coffee, water, sodas in the gallery area. Feel free to help yourself throughout the day. We'll also have Chick-fil-A bringing in some bites at around 2:15 during our networking break. Restrooms are located right outside in the main entrance hallway. If you go here to the left, they're the first little cubby in the hallway there. And we have tables, of course, from our sponsors and partners, and with valuable information and insight from some of the veteran-owned business and veteran-supporting businesses here in Central Florida. So we really encourage you to take some time and check those out. Right after our break, we will announce the first winner of our round-trip ticket donated by the National Entrepreneur Center and Southwest Airlines. So very exciting to have that this year. The second ticket winner will be announced at the beginning of the networking event. So if you haven't already, you can get your ticket out there in the gallery as well. Make sure that you're taking lots of pictures today throughout the event. We know that there are some photographers in here. I'm looking at you. Yes. Every year who has 40 or so pictures to share with the group after. Yes. Make sure you're posting them on social media using the hashtag VetBiz with a Z Summit. You can see it up on the screen right now, and tag VEI Center, and on LinkedIn, Empower Veterans. And of course, following our program today, we look forward to welcoming everyone to the networking reception sponsored by Suncoast Credit Union and Studio Nona. It will start immediately after, down the hallway in the garage. Now, at this time, I want to help bring in a special award recipient today for the VEI Vanguard Award. The VEI Vanguard Award recognizes and honors individuals who have made significant contributions in their respective fields. I'd like to welcome last year's recipient of the Vanguard Award to the stage, Kyle Evans. Please help me welcome him.
Thank you. The VEI Vanguard Award recognizes a veteran entrepreneur who has demonstrated exceptional leadership, innovation, and impact in the veteran entrepreneurship community. The award recipient has shown a commitment to advancing the cause of veteran-owned businesses through mentorship, advocacy, and other forms of community engagement. The VEI Vanguard Award celebrates the cutting-edge and forward-thinking nature of veteran entrepreneurs and honors those who are at the forefront of driving innovation and change in the industry. The award, with its modern and stylish design, reflects the innovative spirit of the VEI Award. This year's award recipient embodies all of those characteristics. Cliff Ngari, a U.S. Air Force veteran, is the president of SimStaff Technical Services here in Orlando, Florida. The former president of AVT Simulation with over 35 years of experience in military simulation and training. Cliff has a track record of scaling technology companies from startup to over $30 million in annual revenue. At AVT Simulation, which he co-led for more than 15 years, Cliff played a key role in launching 2 additional training companies, acquiring a third from a major defense contractor, integrating these companies, adding value, and selling it to a larger firm. His earlier work included project management roles in major military training programs, such as the F-14 Top Gun Fighter Weapons School, the A-6 Apache Helicopter Simulation, and the Close Combat Tactical Trainers. Cliff is passionate about aviation, leadership, entrepreneurship, and mentorship, which I have benefited from all of those from him. He has supported the Central Florida business community through guest speaking, coaching, and mentorship programs, including the Rollins Business Accelerator, Startup Quest, the Camaraderie Foundation's Mentor Protege Program, and VEI. He serves on the advisory board for the Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University, the Rollins College Leadership Center, as well as VEI. Please join me in welcoming Cliff Ngari to the stage.
Normally not a loss for words. Most people who know me say I'm very verbose, but getting an honor like this certainly is an incredible honor. And thank you so much for allowing me to participate in VEI. And I've got to acknowledge and recognize the former recipient, Kyle Evans, is just an amazing man, amazing businessman. Also acknowledge Raphael, Ricardo, Rebecca for their leadership in VEI. From where it started, and I'm going to be ashamed of not knowing how many years ago it was, but I think I was involved in the inception of it, and it was a vision that turned into a dream, and now it's this, and it's amazing to see how much they've inspired veteran entrepreneurship, which is now my cause, my mission in life after selling most of my companies, just to give back, which I'd implore everyone in this position to do. Give back to so much of the opportunities that you've been given in the latter stages of life. So again, such an honor. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. And just a little recognition. This is a lot of recognition, and thank you, and to all you veteran entrepreneurs, drive on, grind through it, and I'm confident that you'll be up on stage in a different capacity, but yeah, continue to grind. It's an amazing journey being an entrepreneur. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Cliff. Well deserved. Another round of applause for our VEI Vanguard Award winner. And now at this time, please join me in welcoming Rebecca Dobo, one of VEI's co-founders and director of operations, back to the stage. Rebecca.
All right, well, thank you everyone for being here today. I'd like first to thank our team, who a few of them are here in the audience, and also the volunteers that have really helped to make today possible. As you can see, this is our third summit, and every year we get a little bit better and continue to push the boundaries of our programming. So as you are here, I do encourage you to engage with the different speakers that we have, the startups, and also one another. I also encourage you to ask questions, share your insights, and also lean into the different possibilities that you're going to have here today. There could be somebody in the room right now who's going to change the trajectory of your business, and you won't know until you ask that question, and we all have name tags, so there's no excuse. I also would like to thank our sponsors. Our mission would not be possible without their support. So here we go. ViStar Credit Union, Veterans Florida, GuideWell Innovation Center, Orange County Government, True Leave, Studio Nona, Suncoast Credit Union, Central Florida Public Media, Everglades University, Southwest Airlines, get your tickets, and the National Entrepreneurs Center. So thank you all very much for your support this year. If you would like to join our mission in the coming year, consider becoming a sponsor, a speaker, or a mentor for any of our programming. If you have any questions, you're more than welcome to find me at any point today. And yeah, thank you all very much, and enjoy the summit.
Thank you, Rebecca. And now at this time, it's time to hear a special message from Orlando Mayor Buddy Dyer. Mayor Buddy Dyer has served as the mayor of Orlando since 2003. He's the longest serving mayor in the city's history and has been reelected multiple times. During his tenure, Mayor Dyer has spearheaded several initiatives aimed at improving the quality of life for Orlando residents, including increasing affordable housing, improving public safety, and expanding access to parks and recreation. He's also worked to attract new businesses and investments to the city to help grow Orlando's economy and create jobs. Mayor Dyer is widely respected for his leadership and dedication in serving the people of Orlando, and he continues to be a strong advocate for the city's growth and prosperity. He was not able to join us here today in person, but he did send a special message by video, so please take a look at the screen.
Hello, I'm Mayor Buddy Dyer, and it's an honor to welcome you to the 2025 Veteran Business Summit here in Orlando. To all the veterans and military families joining us, thank you for your service, your sacrifice, and your continued leadership in our community. Orlando is proud to be the home to the Veterans Entrepreneurship Initiative, a nationally recognized not-for-profit. In 2024, VEI was named Community Partner of the Year for Florida by the U.S. Small Business Administration. Through mentorship, education, funding connections, and programs like the Spirit Accelerator, VEI is helping veterans turn their mission-driven mindset into scalable, impactful businesses. To every founder, partner, and champion in this room, thank you for believing in the power of veterans and for building a future where their leadership continues to shape our economy and our city for the better.
Thank you to Mayor Dyer. And now it's time to hear a special message from Dennis Holste, the Economic Development Administrator from Orange County Government, on behalf of Orange County Mayor Jerry Demings. A little bit about Dennis. He has over 15 years of experience in economic development and redevelopment work, starting in Virginia, now here in Florida, as well as North Carolina. As Orange County's Economic Development Administrator, he leads efforts to diversify our local economy and foster sustainable business growth throughout the county. Prior to joining Orange County government, Dennis served as the Economic Development Manager for the town of Herndon in Fairfax County, Virginia. His expertise spans site selection, business recruitment, retention, and expansion, critical areas for supporting economic growth. His in-depth knowledge of land use, planning, and real estate development enhances the county's strategic initiatives aimed at attracting and retaining businesses. Please help me welcome Dennis to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. Again, my name is Dennis Holste, Economic Development Administrator for Orange County. On behalf of Mayor Demings, I would like to welcome everyone to the Veterans Business Summit. I want to thank the Veterans Entrepreneurship Initiative for organizing this summit to provide veteran-owned businesses with a platform to educate, empower, and support one another. The county has partnered with the Veterans Entrepreneurship Initiative for a number of years to foster innovation entrepreneurship here in Orange County. They have assisted over 600 veterans across the state and 300 here in Orange County. We have a thriving veterans community here in Orange County and want to continue to see it succeed. So thank you for being here, and I hope you guys learned a great deal about what's going on in the veterans community.
Dennis, thank you. And now it's time for the Spear Accelerator highlights, presented by a man who needs no introduction, but I'm going to introduce him anyway, Ricardo Garcia, one of the co-founders of VEI. Now, Ricardo is too humble to say any of this himself, so I'm going to shout out the fact that he is a 2025 40 Under 40 honoree from the Orlando Business Journal. Very exciting. He is also, of course, the co-founder and director of programs of VEI and the Spear Accelerator. He was a 2017 recipient of the Orlando Business Journal's Veteran of Influence Award, and of course serves on several boards, including the Orlando Mayor's Veteran Advisory Council. Ricardo honorably served in the U.S. Air Force. Please join me in welcoming Ricardo to the stage.
Thank you, everyone. Excited to see a full room here. I think our goal for this year was 150, and we received over 220 registrations. We were afraid we were going to max it out, so this is really exciting. So thank you all for being here. Real quick, I want to take a quick poll. How many veterans do we have in the room? Raise your hands. Look around here. Give yourselves a round of applause. That's incredible. That's what fuels the passion to continue doing this. So I want to give you an update for what we've been up to the past 12 months. Let me back up here a little bit. Several years ago, we had this bold and crazy vision to create a national platform to support veteran-led tech startups solving some of the most complex challenges of our time. And so Rafael and I, Rebecca, just brainstorming, right? How can we make this big and impactful and attract some of the top veteran talent here to Central Florida and get them plugged in? And so that vision became the Spear Accelerator, the first veteran-led accelerator program focused on breakthrough innovation. Our inaugural cohort launched exactly 1 year ago today in this room. It was our big unveiling, if you recall. It was focused on healthcare, specifically on areas like artificial intelligence in healthcare, neurotech, and digital health. This cohort was years in the making. About 2 years ago, we forged a strategic partnership with Johns Hopkins University, and that collaboration has opened doors to world-class advisors, speakers, and opportunities for these startups to grow and scale. We weren't just looking for any founder. We were targeting a subset of the subset of the population, veterans in tech, specifically in health tech. So that was our biggest worry. That was what kept me up at night when we launched it in May last year. It was like, are they out there? Are we gonna have a good enough cohort to do some really impactful work? Well, it turns out they are, and they're doing incredible things. We received over 130 applications from across the country and some parts of Europe. I guess some veterans just decided to hang out in their duty stations in Europe and create business out there. And so it was overwhelming to get that much of a response. So our job became a little bit harder because now we had to narrow down from 130 to top 30. And then from there, with the help of our VEI advisory board and our collaborators at Johns Hopkins, we picked the top 9 founders who are in this room today. Yesterday, they presented their companies to an audience of healthcare leaders, business connectors, and investors, and they're doing some incredible stuff. So their journey with the Spear Accelerator began just 3 short months ago with our kickoff back in February. Since then, these 9 startups have been immersed in weekly sessions with world-class speakers, which is incredible to see all this greatness come to life. They were matched with 2 to 3 incredible mentors. These are folks who are experienced healthcare executives, successful entrepreneurs who have raised millions in capital or have had successful exit, incredible academics, and so we have some of those in the room today as well. But before I go any further, let me show you what this journey looked like just 3 months ago at kickoff.
This is our inaugural cohort, the Spear Accelerator Health Tech Cohort 2025. We just finished our kickoff bootcamp. This is the start of the 3-month accelerator program, and we were overwhelmed by the energy and the response that we received from both the founders and the mentors that were involved.
Hoping to find somebody like a mentor who can help our company get over the finish line, meet investors, meet potential clients, and just overall coach us on the best way to go to market.
I am so excited to be able to be partnered with such experience and knowledge and passion.
You've got to be involved in groups like this because it really helps you move ahead. You just need that encouragement from people that understand what you're going through, as opposed to people that really don't connect with that.
It's been really valuable to meet all of the mentees in person, as well as having the opportunity to network with the mentors and really get to, see both sides of the equation in person. The dialogues have been dynamic, informative, and engaging, and I would love to do more of these events in the future.
If you're a veteran entrepreneur doing incredible things in tech, we want to hear from you. We'd love to get you involved. Please visit our website at spearaccelerator.com and connect with us. We wanna get you plugged into the ecosystem. At the end of the day, what we're trying to build is an innovation ecosystem where we foster growth and collaboration. We believe that collectively, we all win, and we're in this together. And so we want to get you plugged in, get you connected, and get you the resources you need in order to scale your company.
So as you can see, it's been a powerful experience. It's been surreal to see the vision come to life. These founders have not only gained traction in their companies, they've deepened their mission and strengthened their networks. But this is just the beginning. So if you're one of the founders in the room, would you please stand? Let's give a big round of applause. So, for healthcare leaders, investors, business connectors in the room, you saw what they look like. I would love for you to connect with them throughout the day today. One connection, as Rebecca mentioned, could be the difference from the traction in their growth trajectory. So what we're really trying to build here is a path to scalability for them, right? And enable them with all the resources and connections to foster that growth and their path to scalability. So please, that's my ask. Connect with them, get to know them. They're doing some incredible work. Over the next 3 weeks to 4 weeks, we'll launch the demo day that we recorded yesterday. So that'll premiere digitally. So if you didn't get a chance to join us yesterday, you'll be able to catch that in the next few weeks. So, okay. To our mentors, if you're with us today, would you also please stand? I'm so grateful to each and every one of you. This mission would not have been possible with all your incredible insights, the time, your commitment, your willingness to help, and your selflessness to really help these entrepreneurs has been inspiring to see. So thank you. Thank you for the inspiration. All right. And well, this year we focused on healthcare. The goal with the Spear Accelerator is that we spotlight an emerging tech sector on an annual basis. We continue to help each cohort grow through the life cycle of their business, and when they scale to the next unicorn, they decide to sell, we'll be here to help them all over again, right? Or you could serve as a mentor once you get to that point, when you get to that point. But the goal is to have a cohort and focus on an emerging tech sector each year, and then with that, partner with leaders in industry to do something like we did today, source mentors, resources, and really build a path to scalability for these founders. So if you're a corporate partner, an investor, an innovation leader in the audience, we want to work with you on our next cohort. With that, thank you so much. Thank you for believing in the power of veteran-led innovation. Super grateful for your time here, so thanks.
Mentorship is so crucial in every area of business, so fantastic launch to the Spear Accelerator program. And now I'd like to introduce our first panel of the day, the Veteran Innovation Panel. Today's panel session is presented by TrueLeave, and you can find their table out in the gallery. During this panel, 5 of the 9 Spear founders, who you may have just seen a few of them in the video, they're going to be sharing their insight into their entrepreneurial journeys in health tech. So let's delve into it and learn how their health tech ventures are driving meaningful innovation today. First, I want to introduce our panel moderator, Lillian Myers. Please help me welcome Lillian. She's a seasoned tech executive. Come on up. I'll give you your flowers while you're finding your seat. Yes. Startup founder, global advisor, whose leadership has shaped companies acquired by Siemens, Aetna, and Google. You may have heard of those. She's also led innovation at Microsoft, IBM, and Starter Studio, and brings deep expertise in health tech, aging, and the longevity economy. as a mentor and featured speaker in the Spear Accelerator Health Tech Cohort 2025 and mentor in the NASDAQ Accelerator, Lillian continues to empower founders and foster innovation around the world. Thank you for what you're doing. Our featured panelists today, please come up to the stage as I name you off. We have David Franklin of Naviday Health. David? There you are. There's David. Crystal Turman of Wellspring Brain Care. Sean Freitag of Signum Technologies. Matt Hogan of M3D Technologies. And Adam Brochetti of Beaton Health AI. Take it away.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You know, this is interesting. We have multiple branches of service here, but I want to start by saying we got Marines on one end, Air Force on the other end, and then a Navy sandwich in the middle. So we're going to walk through the journey for these folks and what they've been through, not just here, but in their entire journey, and how they got to this moment and what they intend to do going forward. So you all know what companies they're with because you can see it here, but just talk a little bit for a second about how long these folks have been out with the rest of us, and then we're going to go into what it means to be a veteran entrepreneur and how that changes your perspective on starting a company, on participating in a community, in being a part of a community and a cohort like this. So Crystal, you've been out for 30 years? Is that right?
I got out in 1990.
1990, awesome. And Adam, 12 years. Sean, in the middle, 11, right? You got 29? 20? That's it. So it's not like it was yesterday for any of you. You've had a transitional period that's been really interesting, and we're going to talk about that a little bit. But first, let's get to what brought you here. What started you on an entrepreneurial journey? What was the inspiration for the thing you're doing today? And Adam, I'm going to hold you till the last. But David, if you could start.
Well, I think in many ways, after transition and going into the corporate workforce, as a veteran, we can get isolated into a cubicle, and a cubicle thought of process from a career standpoint to where we're limited, but our mindset is much more than that. So eventually I transitioned into entrepreneurship. This is my 6th startup, Naviday Health. We're focused on menopause and midlife transitioning journeys for women. And we're very excited about that and all the things that we've been able to discover and advance in those ways. But I think it's really our ability to transition and wanting more and being connected to that mission, vision, and values that we seem that sometimes it's on the corporate level and we're down here and we need to branch out and feel connected to it. And entrepreneurship is a great way to do that.
Terrific. Thanks. Sean?
Of course. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sean Freitag. I think the drive for me to become an entrepreneur was from my father growing up. He was the archetype for me. I started my professional career in serving in the military, in the Navy, served for 14 years as a Navy SEAL. I got out and used business school as my transition platform, and I was working in corporate America for about 7 years or so. And although it was a great position, I was learning a lot. It was devoid of the mission that I felt as I was serving in the military. And I know for me, I wanted to get back closer to doing something to national security and find something that was more mission-driven than what I was finding in corporate America. And so that is what ultimately led me on my entrepreneurial journey. And I left my corporate job in 2023 to pursue the startup that I'm leading now.
Tell us what that is.
Sure, it's Signum Technologies. Get this feedback. Signum Technologies, it's a computer vision company. We're focused on turning cutting-edge technologies into tangible solutions that address some of society's most pressing challenges. Right now, we're focused on healthcare, health security. We provide actionable insights from data And our mission is to create a healthier and safer America for all of our citizens.
Thank you. Matt?
Yeah, for me, it was watching my father struggle. So I'm fourth generation military, only Navy, everybody else is Army. So I won't hold that against you if you're Army. But anyways, I watched my father struggle for years when he got out in '87, trying to find his place. He was a Huey helicopter pilot. He, flew Hueys up in Anchorage, Alaska, college education, came back here in '87 and just couldn't find anything. I, would watch my father just pick up any job that he could, rent a center. I mean, he was working construction. But it wasn't until the late 80s, early 90s that he was doing construction on a prosthetic and orthotics renovation. He was there renovating the facility for expansion and just found it very fascinating. So that kind of piqued his interest, knowing that, hey, I'm good with my hands. Let me see if I can do this. So he spent over a year just kind of learning the trade, learning the craft. And then it was in '91 that they had a program that he was able to attend. They took a 2-year course and condensed it down into 16 weeks. And he went to go get his degree in prosthetics and orthotics. So I watched my father for 30 years here in Central Florida basically kind of just achieve his dream through entrepreneurship. So when I joined the Navy in 2001, shortly after September 11th, and then I was honorably medically discharged in 2005, I came back to Central Florida trying to find my path. So for over 20 years, I've been in some sort of production, 3 startups. So I started a recording studio in 2008, worst time to start a recording studio. And then in 2015, started an additive manufacturing company. So I was doing industrial 3D printing for some of the larger corporations here, Disney, Universal Studios, Nickelodeon. But it wasn't until about 2018 that we started kind of taking a look at some of the immersive technologies that were being offered, primarily of virtual reality. So in 2020, we made the shift over from industrial 3D printing over to M3D technologies, where we're at today.
Terrific, thanks. Crystal?
Well, I was kind of shoved out of that cubicle you were talking about earlier. Right before 9/11, I was laid off in a 70% reduction in workforce and couldn't find work because I was in the tech industry. And 9/11 hit this area pretty hard. And so I licked my wounds for about 3 years, and then all the doors opened for me to go back to school and have it paid for. But it was to become a social worker. I thought that was a joke because the equipment didn't talk back to me. It worked or it didn't work, and it came with a diagram. But when I first got out into the field, I realized the brain is wired in a wireless component, and I've been speaking that language my whole life. However, there wasn't a market for neurofeedback and brain retraining, which is what I'm currently doing. So one of the skill sets I learned in the military was to adapt and make your way, and that's what I've done.
It's fantastic, thanks. And you all were founders of your companies. Adam's story is a little bit different. So Adam, share with us how you were brought to this moment and this company.
Yeah, I mean, my story is a little similar to, Sean in terms of the reason why I joined the military in the first place, right? Just the ability to have a high impact, do something hard, and just do something that matters, right? Like just having that mission driven and having an impact. And when I left the Marine Corps and joined corporate America, life was good, making good money, and kind of was on easy street. But I sort of lost that sense of purpose again in the challenge, and I didn't feel like I really had a mission. And so that's kind of what brought me into, I launched a startup that didn't go well, right? So that wasted a year. I moved into, like, what am I gonna do now? I got 4 kids. My wife's looking at me like, what are you doing? So I started doing some consulting, and fate connected me with the founder of our company, Being Health AI, which is Dr. Kevin Henderson, who's in the audience. He's a physician, software architect, which is kind of a unicorn combination. And when he presented his idea to me, it was exactly what I was looking for: high purpose, high mission impact, and I think can have a really big impact on millions of lives in the healthcare sector. And so I knew exactly, like, got to give this a shot, and brought me here today. So thankful to be here.
That's fantastic. Has anybody counted how many times the word mission has been applied in this conversation? Because I want to listen back later and do the count. It's part of what makes this kind of a group and a cohort important, I think, is we've been along with you on your journey. The things that I recognized from the corporate world and just the basic startup world is a lot about being just mission-driven, yes, but sort of independent and constantly looking for those that are colleagues and who has your back. And when we spoke, I heard very different things from you about that than I would have expected to say about my own entrepreneurial journey or those that I help others with along the way. It's about what it is to be a part of something that's bigger than you, that pushes to the mission, even when your part is something slightly different. Can you speak to that a little bit? Who wants to take that one? I watch Sean. Sean,
Yeah.
you're bobbing.
I'll start. I know, at least for me, when I got out of the military, there was nothing like Spear Accelerators. This is 2014, and I struggled. I think the transition out of the military, especially after being in combat specifically and having a lot of wounds and baggage that come with that, it's not appreciated by most folks just how difficult that can be. And there was nothing like this as a support network as I transitioned out. And so for a while, I felt like I was floundering. And from the outside, it probably looked like everything was fine. I got into a great business school, landed a great corporate job. And inside, I felt hollow because I had had the distinct honor of serving with some of the most highly trained individuals in the military and doing something that was, directly impactful to all of us as far as our national security. And it left me with a hole that I just could not fill any other way. And so, I don't know, for a while there, I was looking for, opportunities to fill that. And the only thing that I've been able to find is identifying my new personal mission and building in a team that I respect and love to be around and focusing all my time and energy on that. And it's scratched that itch. It's fulfilled something that's been missing since I left service.
That's so important. Crystal, you shared an interesting story about being in a large group of veterans once that seemed to speak to this.
Yeah, I really felt the understanding when I was at a conference and talking to vets, and the guy said, "You see that guy over there in a red shirt?" And they all had red shirts on. He said, "I can put my back to this door because I know that these guys have my back." And I really felt that in this cohort. And I've not been in combat, but I've been in very vulnerable situations. And knowing that I can be vulnerable at this stage of development in my business, when I can say, man, I messed up, I'm kind of concerned about going forward or whatever, I know I can trust my cohort.
That is so important. And you all used the word vulnerability when we talked earlier. That's a fascinating thing, especially for those of us who haven't been in service, to think about the fact that you have reliance, and you've had reliances over time that may well have been life and death, but that you could still be vulnerable to find your path with those that you rely on. Talk to us, Adam, about a co-founder scenario. What that means with a co-founder, being vulnerable in a way that's this kind of trust and respect.
I think coming into VEI, that trust comes just with this community, because the military is big, but it's also small. So we all, you start getting in these conversations, and we all know people that know each other. And there's just a level of immediate trust that you get just through that, but also through the shared adversity that we know that everybody's been through your training and your deployments. And it's just, there's a level of comfort that you typically don't get anywhere else. And so I think that advances collaboration, right? Like that makes people more willing to open up their network. And, you know, like people said before, like one contact can change your life, the entire trajectory of your company. And so I think that happens a little more prevalently in these types of environments that are, you know, kind of veteran oriented.
I love watching all of you because it's a level of fearlessness that you don't often encounter in a cohort like this. So it's been fascinating. So can we talk a little bit about the SPEAR program itself and what that experience has been like for each of you? Tell me, if you will, who all of you have been through other accelerators? Sean has. Okay, so which ones have you been in, David?
Techstars and Founders Institute.
Terrific. Sean?
I actually founded Signum out of a startup incubator called FedTech. They look to take mission-driven entrepreneurs and partner them up with the national laboratories to help commercialize the technologies coming out of the national labs. And that's how I started Signum. I've always also been involved in I-Corps, PenFed, and we just finished up BARDA's medical countermeasure program, which is a similar program.
Crystal?
One that I went through was Breaking Barriers, and another one was called Julo.
Terrific. And so tell me what's different about this one. Who wants to go?
Well, I think they speak to different phases of your entrepreneurship journey. And as you evolve, these incubators are there to carry you through that stage of business development, even if it's through different businesses. Specifically with VEI, for me, even over 24 years through corporate and entrepreneurship, is really the first place where it was veteran first. And the community and the supporting environment around that was wholesome and pure, that really supported you, and you felt like you were back in that group. You know, I can go back to when I was 17 years old and reminisce and feel that brotherhood and sisterhood there and that collaboration through this organization.
For me, I'd also like to add, I agree with that, but I'd like to add that the mentorship seemed handpicked. And then the matchmaking session at the end was so intentional of putting businesses together with investors.
Fantastic.
The easy one is this was the first all-veteran cohort that I had been a part of. And not just the cohort, but I think everyone that this kind of draws in has a similar mindset. The mentors, they want to help, but there's even a deeper level of just wanting to see us succeed. And that idea of being vulnerable, there's also a sense of your win is my win, and I want to see not just us, but all of these other companies succeed. And it's just something that is very unique to this cohort and incubator over the others I've attended.
Matt, any thoughts?
I was going to say the same thing. Every week we had a chance to celebrate everybody's wins. You know, Ricardo made sure before we started our sessions, like, hey, I want to hear from each one of you. What have you done since the previous week? You know, what's been going on? So there was a genuine interest in seeing our growth during this entire accelerator. And then for us to each week celebrate, you know, what we were doing as individual companies and also as individuals. You just kind of felt that camaraderie between all of us. So the growth over the last 12 weeks is, I mean, even though we're here today kind of just talking about we're at the end of the program, I don't think this is an end for all of us with VEI or the SPEAR Accelerator. I think this is something that's going to stick with us for a very long time.
Yeah, I actually met our founder through an accelerator that he was going through. Okay, and so that's one good lesson. If you're a veteran, you don't have to found a company. You can meet somebody who has a great idea, and you have a lot of skills to help expand that and take it to market. But what I noticed about at least that accelerator that I was a mentor in, it wasn't specific like that. This is industry specific to health tech, and everybody we met with, all the mentors and all the speakers, they had expertise in this industry that really is helping us propel our companies forward. And I haven't really seen anything a lot like that. And the last thing is, they were just laser focused on adding value. Like Ricardo, every week, what else can we do for you all? What can we do better? They're focused not on asking us for anything, but how can we add more value? So it's been pretty special.
That's fantastic, and that will be never ending. That is perpetual BEI. Fantastic. So aha moments, did you have some through the course of the program? I know David did, for sure. You want to?
Well, for me, in how Lillian and Jeannie were my mentors, is being able to really isolate down in the ideal client persona, not just from a client perspective, but from a business evolution to where we went through a transformation of rebranding. Jeannie and I on the call created the name Naviday and just going through letters and going through different word situations. So in 12 weeks, we rebranded the company. We brought on a co-founder. We've gone into the Mayo Clinic as an investor and into their program as well. And then really going down, as Jeannie would say, lead with the spear and not the feathers. We had to pluck feathers through 12 weeks. And plucking feathers was really sort of getting deeper into our why and really identifying where our mission and our value was in service back to the community. And for us, that's directly targeted on menopause.
That's fantastic. Crystal, I know you had an aha moment too.
Yeah, sometimes you can get so laser focused you can't see anything else. As we were working together, I realized I actually already had a co-founder. I was just calling him my business strategist. And when I realized, oh, you're the co-founder, just simple as that. But from the bigger, all the way down to the most minor detail, everything was great.
It's fantastic. And big wins. Were there some big wins through the course of the program, Sean?
Yeah, the biggest one, I would say, actually two come to mind. We were selected as one of the portfolio companies for BARDA. BARDA is the federal agency responsible for the health security posture of the United States. And when I launched the company 2.5 years ago, this was exactly what the partner that I had envisioned of creating, real tangible solutions to increase our national security and health security. So huge win with that. And then this past week, we were able to add the former chairman and CEO of Blue Cross Blue Shield as our advisor. Another huge win for us. So yeah, those two that come to mind.
There you go, Matt. I know you had a big win.
Well, I have to kind of give a shout out real quick to my business partner, Justin Spears, up there. Over the last 2 years, since he's come on board, he's really kind of helped steer M3D in the right direction. But for this Spear Accelerator program that we were both in, we've been kind of tackling this approach on finding a better solution for therapy, utilizing some of our immersive technologies. And it was kind of, one of those things you have your blinders on and you're so focused on the tech and you're not sure, how is the community going to receive this? So when I told Justin that I said, hey, there's this opportunity that we should apply, to go present, our solution, he was like, absolutely, let's do it. So April, we got an announcement that we'd been selected out of 135 applicants to present at Harvard XR of our solution for, the merge system for rehabilitation into the sports industry. So it was a 24-hour event of getting on a plane, flying up, getting to Harvard, presenting our solutions, talking to an entire new group of individuals, because mainly for the last 2 years, we've been talking to groups here in Central Florida. And very well received here, but it was nice to finally be somewhere outside of our community here in Orlando
to get some recognition of what Justin and I and the rest of the team have been working towards as a viable solution. So after we presented, got on a plane, flew back. So within 24 hours was up there, presented, got acknowledgement, made some amazing contacts. We're going to continue those and nurture those relationships. But that was kind of one of our biggest wins during this accelerator, was just getting that recognition that what we were building is a viable solution.
There you go. You got to love when that happens, and the next steps beyond that will be the really important ones. So we want to have a few minutes for questions, but I want to ask, and now I'm going to ask all of you. I said I was only going to ask a couple of you, but I'm going to ask all of you. What do you believe is the most significant reason that an investor, an employee, a business partner should do business with a veteran-led startup? Why don't we just go down the row? Adam?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot, but the one that sticks out is just, overcoming adversity, dealing with pain for a prolonged period of time. So they will get it across the finish line.
Resilience, I think, is one of those words too.
Discipline in community, service to community. A lot of times in going through due diligence with investors, and they ask for information, we already have it available. We're already structured. We're already in order. So our business foundation is very pristine from an operational standpoint. So we just operate in a certain way, and we're very efficient.
So you heard resilience and execution, integrity, I would say, from an investor standpoint, from a customer standpoint, from a team building standpoint. I think all of us lead with an integrity. We know what right looks like, and typically we would take that path regardless of how hard it is. And I don't think that's universal, and I think it's something that all of us and all of the veterans I've had the opportunity to interact with have in spades.
So both Justin and I are Navy veterans, right? And, we've really kind of, for M3D, we've made it our mission to find a solution for things that we actually personally went through, and that is recovery. So we are a mission-driven company, and we're going to see this till the end. We're also tenacious, and, it is that can-do, we won't give up attitude. We work with other veterans, we hire veterans, we know the quality of those individuals, and I think that's the other thing that you get with veteran-owned businesses is the quality of those individuals.
I agree 100%. And along with the heart, we also have the ability to adapt and work with people from many different backgrounds, many different cultures. We're used to being thrown into situations where we can get along with just about anybody. And I think there's value in that.
I love every one of those. If we could just summarize all that, we'll put it underneath every one of your names and your companies. Here's why you should work with us. Are there questions? Have folks got questions of these incredible entrepreneurs?
Can you share with us one moment when you wanted to quit?
Yeah, I was just about to say just one.
Just one? Just one?
There has been many times that I've just wanted to throw my hands up and just bang my head against the wall, but it was always not about me. Like, as an individual, like, even though I wanted to give up personally, there was other people that, were counting on this to succeed, that believed in a vision. Because, as the owner entrepreneur, it is, you're bringing this vision to life, and you're getting other people to buy into that vision. So mainly, even though I wanted to give up, I never gave up because I had those other people that were counting on me. And it is,
it's just a moment in time, right? Those pain points are just a moment in time. Like, if you can just kind of overcome that and get on the other side, today is not tomorrow and tomorrow is not forever, right? So things constantly change. And for me, this evolution within this company, where we were at 5 years ago is not where we're at today. As a matter of fact, I was in that audience 5 years ago, and now I'm up here speaking to all of you. And that is a very powerful thing for me, like to kind of just realize the growth that has taken place. So yes, there's been many times that I've wanted to give up, but it's moments like these that allow me to continue to move forward.
Anybody else have a moment?
I have a moment. I think when I had to dip into my line of credit to make payroll, right? That was a moment. But that's one of the things that I appreciated about this group as well, because during that time, I was able to have support to help me decide, is this government grant opportunity a pilot program, a pivot, or is it something that I should consider? And because I had a team to help me walk through that, we did sign the contract, and it is helping a lot.
Fantastic. Anybody else? A moment.
Yeah, I'll lean into this a little bit. A few weeks ago, I actually wrote to myself, I feel like my life is falling apart. And not just only with entrepreneurship, relocating the business to a different city, going through life changes. I'm also, my business deals with menopause, so I deal in transition, right? It seems like I take things personally too. But I realized that those things that were falling away were things that weren't there to support me, and it was good to let go. So it was part of growing too. So we go through a lot of growth, and because of our military experience, we're able to persevere through these challenging times. And we have a strong mindset and resilience, right? To let things in, to let go and let be with them as well.
Thank you. Any other questions? Here we go.
How you doing? My name is Dwayne, Chosen Veteran Outreach. My question is, everybody has a purpose, so I want to know, what is your why for what you're doing? Thanks.
I would say that, mine's twofold. What we're doing, it's a big mission, right? I think if we're successful, this can impact the lives of millions of people. And also, I have 4 young kids, and I want them to see, before this happened, I was just kind of coasting, right, after I transitioned out of the Marine Corps in the corporate world. And I'm trying to be a good example to them to see, you can take risks. And one of the biggest regrets in life, I think, is not taking a chance. And that really kind of scared me. So I'm doing it for my family. I want to provide a good example. But also, we just have such a high calling and mission right now. And so that's why.
Yeah, I mentioned this in my pitch yesterday, and starting out by allowing us to reflect back to when we were teenagers and understanding that remarkable woman in our life while we were teenagers or in our 20s, and possibly what that mother, grandmother, or aunt was going through at that time. And for me, I was going into the Gulf War. And my mom was back home going through her own war and going through menopause. And then I reflect forward now to my daughter, who's 21, and I say, you laugh at me now, but in 20 years, I'll be here for you, right? I'm waiting for you. I'm getting educated as your father to support you too, right? So you find passion in my mother, and I find purpose in my daughter.
Man, great answers. I'm going to steal from both of those. My why has always been my children. It's why I got out of the military. It's why I've done everything up until now. I want to be a great father. I want to be a great example. And I want to lead with conviction and be the role model in their life. And, you know, I was lying to myself when I was living that corporate job because I knew I was missing something, and I was pretending like I was happy, and that wasn't genuine. And so I guess my personal why is my family, my children specifically, and my professional why is now, you know, filling that need for the mission and that higher calling.
Good answer. Yeah, personally, you know, I've had a lot of people make sacrifices for me when I got out, and you know, I have people that I want to give back to. But for the company itself, I mainly watched my father. You know, his biggest frustration when he was a orthotist was that, you know, he goes, I can put the best device on a patient, but if they don't go through their physical therapy, then what's the point? And then you fast forward and, you know, you find veterans across the board that have, you know, joined, you know, healthy, fit, and then when they get out, they're broken. And they've given a lot. And, you know, myself being a service-disabled veteran and Justin being a service-disabled veteran and what we went through and, you know, the struggles of that, just trying to get back to whatever normal is again. We're doing this to kind of just at least get somebody back to a quality of life where, you know, it's not a struggle anymore. Like, I mean, we know outside of the physical body, like, I mean, there's also a lot of stuff that goes on mentally, right? So you're trying to take care of the physical and the mental, but for us, it's this recovery process, and we want to heal those people that are broken. Because, you know, if Justin and I had what we are looking to bring to market 20 years ago, it would have changed our lives dramatically. So we're looking to kind of pay it forward with our veterans that are coming back, that are broken, that we want to make sure that we can bring them back to a quality of life, not before their injury, but as best as we can. So that's why.
And what a great segue to Crystal working on the other end of that problem.
Exactly, where he's working on the physical, I'm working on the mental. And my personal why is mental health has been an issue in my family my entire life. But this is my way to continue to serve my brothers and sisters in arms, because one funeral was too many. 6 in 5 years. I want to make an impact on that.
Good answers on the highest order. You are all extraordinary. I know we've got to go to a break now, but I just want to thank you all for the vulnerability here in a large group, the thing that you talked about so much when we prepared for this, and for the incredible work you've put in through this program and transforming even yourselves in some ways to move on to the next part of your journey. And want to tell you on behalf of all the mentors, what an honor and privilege it has been to be alongside you on your journey, and we intend to be as you go forward. So thank you for your service. Thank you for the important things you're doing in this world, and we're all here to support you. Thank you.
Wonderful discussion. Thank you all so much for your insight and your vulnerability. It's fantastic. All right, we are going to have a break now. Are we going to keep it at 45 minutes? Yes? Okay. We're going to keep it at 45 minutes. So right now it's just after 2:30. Be back in your seats by around 3:15. You'll want to be here because that's the time when we are going to announce the first winner of the Southwest Airlines tickets. So you want to be back in this room. And of course, we have lots more programming to follow in our second half today. So enjoy your break.
We hope you enjoyed the networking session. Please make your way to the theater. Our program will begin shortly. We hope you enjoyed the networking session. Please make your way to the theater. Our program will begin shortly. We hope you enjoyed the networking session. Please make your way to the theater. Our program will begin shortly. We hope you enjoyed the networking session. Please make your way to the theater. Our program will begin shortly. We hope you enjoyed the networking session. Please make your way to the theater. Our program will begin shortly. We hope you enjoyed the networking session. Please make your way to the theater. Our program will begin shortly. We hope you enjoyed the networking session. Please make your way to the theater. Our program will begin shortly. We hope you enjoyed the networking session. Please make your way to the theater and find your seats. Our program will begin shortly. We hope you enjoyed the networking session. Please make your way to the theater and find your seats. Our program will begin shortly. We hope you enjoyed the networking session. Please make your way to the theater and find your seats. Our program will begin in 5 minutes. We hope you enjoyed the networking session. Please make your way to the theater and find your seats. Our program will begin in 2 minutes.
Welcome back, everyone. If some of your friends are still out in the hallway, you'll want to tell them to get back in here because we have a lot more programming to get through and a lot of great speakers to hear from. We hope you enjoyed the networking portion. If you've been to this summit before, you know that in years past, the networking has not been as extensive. That was some feedback that the crew got and realized that the connections being made here are what it's all about. So really have taken advantage of expanding the networking portion of this event. So great to have that. We now want to bring in, welcome to the stage, Belinda Kirkgard, who is the president of the National Entrepreneur Center, and Rafael Camano, the co-founder of VEI, to select the winner of the first round trip tickets provided by Southwest Airlines.
I'm loud enough that I could probably be heard without it. So I'm going to wish everyone luck. And the winner will get 2 vouchers. It's for one direction and then flying back. And I'm going to note Southwest flies internationally. So think Cancun, Costa Rica. I had a list, and of course I left it at my desk. Okay, here we go. So thank you, Southwest, for the vacation for
Lillian Myers.
Woohoo!
Coming up.
Congratulations. Oh, well earned. And thank you to Southwest.
Thank you, Southwest.
There you go.
All right. Picture.
And Lillian, we're going to...
Lucky duck over there. Congratulations. And as a reminder, we will have one more drawing at the networking reception this afternoon. So there's still time to get those tickets and have another chance to win. Now I want to introduce a friend of mine who I met actually here at BEI for the first time in year 1. And she has been a great supporter ever since. And welcoming to the stage today's keynote speaker being presented by Dawn Afodele from ViStar Credit Union. She is the Associate Vice President of Regional Community Management and a staple in our community. Please welcome Dawn to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Carla, for that introduction. It is our honor to be here with you today and to present this year's keynote speaker. First, I want to let you know that ViStar was founded in 1952 by 12 people with $60 at Naval Air Station Jax. So we have deep roots in the military. Our credit union started as a place to help military and civil service members meet their financial needs. And our commitment to the military is just as strong today. ViStar now serves more than 1 million members, including 60,000 small businesses. Membership is open to anyone who lives or works in North Florida, Central Florida, South Georgia, and Metro Atlanta, as well as past and current military members around the world. Our credit union has a simple purpose, which is to do good. And we are proud to support organizations that serve our veteran and active duty military community, like our friends here at BEI. So now, to introduce our speaker. Today, our speaker is Kevin Seif, entrepreneur, investor, and Navy SEAL veteran. After 12 years in the Marine Corps and SEAL teams, Kevin found a new purpose in empowering veterans to succeed in civilian life through entrepreneurship. As founder of the Vet Collective and HNS Media, he provides mentorship, strategic networking, and content support to help veterans start or buy businesses and build personal brands. Kevin also co-hosts the Harder, Not Smarter podcast, writes the Monday Morning Vetrepreneur newsletter, and actively advocates for veteran empowerment through public speaking and community building efforts. Please join me in welcoming Kevin Seif to the stage.
Right, let me get situated. I think this is my mic. Is this one on? Perfect. Good afternoon, everybody. And I'd like to actually first point out, or bring up a point. It was Adam Brachetti, I think it was. Not picking on you. You made a comment, though, that I thought I'd respond to. You said that you were going through a startup and that it didn't work out, so it was a wasted year. I cannot stress enough how important any opportunity you can have in business is for your education, for your knowledge, and for your just mental being of how well you can take over a business and how well you can improve just through experience. So again, not picking on you, I heard you say it, I just want to make sure everyone knows there are no wasted moments when starting businesses. It's all about growing and learning. So I'm actually going to run over here and grab my other beverage because I can't have enough beverages. If I had my beer, I would do that too. I'll have that with you all later. So I'd like to first start off thanking the 3 R's, Rebecca, Raphael, and Ricardo. Thank you so much for having me tonight. It's an absolute honor to be speaking to this awesome crowd of people, veterans, patriots, active service duty members, entrepreneurs, all of you. I'm super excited to be here. And for the audience, thank you for being here. all this is because of you. We're all here to help you, support you, and grow this amazing network of veterans, of entrepreneurs, of support people. It is a phenomenal group of people to be a part of. I've been a part of it for about 5 years, and I'm so happy that I've been able to find this since leaving the military. So what is this talk not going to be about? I'd like to start there so that we can narrow it down of what we're going to be getting into. As I mentioned in my bio, I've been a SEAL, I've been a Marine, I've been an entrepreneur. This is not going to be a talk on a cool guy bravado of how many cool deployments I did and what weird stuff we did overseas. This is not going to be an MBA level course talking about how I optimized my business's operations and squeezed every ounce of profit out of my business. And it's definitely not going to be a story about how I started a business at 18 and sold it by 20 for millions of dollars. That's not beneficial here. I didn't do that. I'm not a millionaire. I haven't had that opportunity yet. This story is going to be about my struggles, my problems, my obstacles that I had to overcome, both through leaving the military, the time in the military, and as an entrepreneur. We're not going to be doing the team of teams talk. We're not going to be talking about how you should make your bed every morning, although I will say, if you want a great inspirational video, you should listen to Admiral McRaven's University of Texas commencement speech. He did a phenomenal job talking about how to keep your life disciplined. What I am going to talk about is how someone went from zero entrepreneurial experience and zero entrepreneurial aspiration to becoming a serial entrepreneur, opening many businesses, and finding a completely different path in life than what I thought I was going to be getting into when leaving the military. And unlike the panel that was here earlier, I'm on the younger generation of veterans. I got out just over 5 years ago, so we have everything from, I think it was 35 years and now 5 years out. I don't know how many of you all are in similar positions, but I'm actually quite curious to see, with the show of hands, how many are active duty right now? Do we have anybody that's still serving and interested in entrepreneurship? Awesome. Looking to build some extra income or grease the skids for when you get out? Absolutely. And who here, I know Ricardo asked earlier, who here is a veteran that's interested in entrepreneurship? That's a good number. That is awesome. And who here is just a patriotic individual interested in entrepreneurship, wanting to be a part of the network? We're fun people. Please don't be shy. I love all of you guys. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Yes, it is a phenomenal community. I cannot stress enough how great it is to have veterans and non-veterans working together. You're getting that mixture of perspective and ideas. So I love having that mixture of veterans and non-veterans in the same room. And I'd like to ask one more question, and I'm actually hoping someone that was just in the cohort, that was any of the members are up here or in the cohort, what is your definition of entrepreneurship or being an entrepreneur? Anybody have an answer?
My definition is being too dumb to fail. And because, I think a lot of people would have been given up by now. It's hard. But I told my partners when we first started, if we can't laugh and have a good time, I don't want to be involved. It's that resilience and that ability not to know when to quit.
That's a great answer. Sean?
Sure. For me, it's taking 0 to 1. It's taking something that was an idea and a vision and putting the plan in place, the strategy, executing on it, building the team, and then being resilient enough to see it to fruition and never quit.
Great answer. You can see, oh yes, I'll run over there.
The one thing I found with our team is everybody's got stories and these incredible experiences. And an entrepreneur is somebody that builds on those great experiences and builds a bigger story with their entrepreneur endeavor. And as far as the too dumb to fail, I think bourbon helps with that.
This is true. This is true.
Hi. My definition of entrepreneurship is turning your vision into something of value for others. So to offer a service to give back. And that's what we do at TCP Bookkeeping, in case anybody needs bookkeeping services.
I love the self-promotion. Please. Obviously, an entrepreneur over there. So as you can see, there's a lot of different answers for what entrepreneurship is, even though it should be a very simple word. You know, people usually say, oh, they own businesses, they run businesses, they start businesses, whatever it might be. Over the years, I've actually come up with my own definition. I'll start with the longer or the long-winded version. And it's somebody that sees an unmet or an undermet need in society that's valuable, comes up with a solution or a plan to fulfill that need, and then executes on it. That's a very long-winded definition, so I've actually distilled it down to this shortened phrase of creative problem solver with a bias for action. What else does that sound like? There it is. Every veteran that I've ever met, we are put in, and Lillian, you asked us earlier, of what veterans bring to the entrepreneurship table. And I had some time because I actually developed my speech, as opposed to everyone else is just put on the spot. But we were deployed across the world to some of the most hostile places with a determined enemy, competition, with some very challenging missions, finding that product market fit, product launch, with minimal resources, every startup. And we all were successful at it. We all came home. So for me, and I think for all of you, that sounds like a pretty good definition for every future successful entrepreneur out there. And if it doesn't, I'm here to burst that balloon that you probably have an overinflated image of what an entrepreneur is. Lillian, I'm sure and every other entrepreneur here can tell you we are all very human. We are all very fallible. So I want to dispel one last misconception before I dive into some more details. You hear me interchanging a lot, entrepreneur and business owner. The way I see it is an entrepreneur is a mindset. If a tree falls in the woods, does it make a sound? If an entrepreneur isn't actively in a business, is he still an entrepreneur? 100%. 100%. Think of like an entrepreneur, they sells their business, they close down their business, they have to restart. There's going to be that transition period. And some people have never started yet, they're working towards it. So just because you don't have a business doesn't mean you are not an entrepreneur, that you're not entrepreneurially minded. I want you all to really think about that as you're looking to start business. Everyone in here is an entrepreneur with that mindset of creative problem solving with a bias for action. You paid to be here. You paid to interact with all these other people. I'm sure you have a network of other people who are business owners, and you chat with them, you try and figure out what you can do to get things going. So the question then becomes, how do you become a business owner? And I've broken it down to 3 distinct paths. The first one is a traditional route that most people consider, and that's taking something from nothing. You have an idea, you see that unmet need, and you want to create a business around it. It's the most traditional, but it's also probably the most complicated, the most challenging. The nice part is you have all the freedom in the world. You can come up with whatever product you want. You can meet any demographic you want. And the fun part is you get to come up with the logo, the color scheme, the SOPs, the product. The downside is you have to come up with the color scheme, the logo, the product, the SOPs. It is extremely daunting and challenging, especially if you're going about it yourself. And I know some people earlier talked about finding a founder or co-founder. I cannot recommend that enough. Going about this alone is extremely challenging. Even if you're bringing on employees, you need to have someone at that same parity as you that you can be vulnerable with, that you can talk about challenges and really get candid advice and feedback so that you're making the correct decisions. The second route is the franchise route. And I know everyone here immediately thinks of McDonald's, Taco Bell, KFC, something like that. But I'm here to tell you that the vast majority of franchises have nothing to do with fast food or food service. I think it's like 1 out of 8 is food service related. And the most profitable, actually, the food service ones are the least profitable. They're beneficial for a certain group of people because they're good for writing off losses and tax exemption. That's why you see Shaq with like 75 Subways. He has a lot of taxable income that he's trying to protect. So I'm not going to get into all that type of stuff, but the most profitable franchises are home service businesses. Think of like ServPro, restoration companies, roofing companies, plumbers, electricians, flooring companies. All those things have huge demand in society to anything with trade related, and you don't have to have any experience in those fields. It's actually encouraged if you don't have experience. If you talk to any franchise broker, they will tell you they don't want you to have experience in that field because they don't want you to be an operator. They want you to run the business, and if you're knowledgeable about that space, it's like being a platoon commander that's trying to jump on the 240. You're not, that's military reference, 240 is a big machine gun. You're not going to be focused on the bigger picture of running the business. So if you are focusing in the business, then you're not working on it and you're not going to be successful. So franchises are a great option if you're looking to get into a business with very little business experience. You don't necessarily have an idea that you think is novel enough to warrant building into something. And what's even better is the headquarters of that business wants you to be successful. They've already developed the blueprint for your building or your business. They've created the playbook, your SOPs on how you operate day to day. They want you to use your military leadership experience to run that business effectively. There are great organizations out there like VetFran. Mind you, I am not compensated at all by any franchise broker, by any franchise business. I don't see a dime if you guys sign up for it. But organizations like VetFran will actually vet the franchises to make sure that they are quality businesses who will see you succeed, and they will also help you find financing, get discounts on the initial fee, and help you along the way to make sure you're successful. So it's a great option if you want to be a business owner without having to start something from scratch. You can be successful within months. And I think it's, you hear the stat of only 1 out of 10 startups will make it past 2 years, and only 1 out of 10 of those will make it past 5 years. It's about 80 to 90% of franchises are still operating after 5 years. So your trajectory for success is incredibly high going down this path. And the third one is what we call ETA, or entrepreneurship through acquisition. And this is kind of a hybrid between the two of startups and franchises, and here's why. So purchasing a company, you wholly own it. It's a privately owned business. You have the ultimate say in everything that happens. You can change the product from scooters to beer. You can change the color scheme. You can change the logo. You can move the business entirely. You have that authority and that freedom, but you have a starting point to deviate from. Much like the franchise, it already has those SOPs in place. You have that financial history. There's already brand recognition and customer loyalty, so you don't need to start from nothing. The major downside of this option is raising capital to purchase a business that oftentimes goes for hundreds of thousands, if not millions. But there's great organizations out there like Owners in Honor, OIH. It's run by a guy, a former Green Beret, Patrick Flood. He works with the Honor Foundation, which I went to. And they can help you find bridge gap lending. They can introduce you to lenders to purchase the business. Because the thing is, when you buy a business, the banks aren't investing in you. Yes, you need to have decent crediting to make sure you're not like a huge risk, but they're investing in the longevity of the business. If you find a deal that has a good growth trajectory and good financial history, and they can see that the profits would line up to allow you to have enough cash flow to pay back the loan, they're investing in that business. And so you can secure that loan to buy a business that is also about as successful as the franchises. So now you're buying a turnkey business that has already shown financial history of profitability and success, and you're running it. So you have three options of how you can get into business: is to be a business owner as an entrepreneurially minded person. And with the ETA option, many of you have probably heard of the silver tsunami. Raise your hands. Anybody heard of silver tsunami? So for those of you that don't know, those of you that probably heard through like Cody Sanchez or something like that, who's telling you to pay zero money down and 100% owner financing. It's not so much the case anymore. She's amazing. She's done remarkable things for bringing awareness to the silver tsunami, to buying businesses and the profitability of it. And her husband is also incredible. He was a classmate of mine at Bud's, Chris Peckus. The two of them are great. But I will say that the ship has probably sailed on any of us getting 0% down and 100% owner financing. It's just not realistic. But there's still a lot of opportunity with the silver tsunami. So for those of you not following, there's about 10,000 boomers, boomer generation, retiring every day from now until 2030. And there are, I think, $7 trillion worth of wealth in the boomer generation that is looking to be transferred on to follow-on generations. And a lot of that money is tied up in their businesses, and they don't have a succession plan or an heir to take over that business. And so while they're looking to retire, they can't access that value their business has until it is sold. So there are thousands of profitable businesses out there that meet this metric who are looking for buyers to take it over, and they love having veterans come in with a mission and a purpose to want to have something more in life and run their baby that they've been running for years. They want to see their business be successful and hand it off to somebody reliable. So if you can find a way to discover these businesses and come up with a funding plan on buying them, it is a remarkable solution to taking ownership in your career. So I can't say that there's any best route. It's really the best route for you given your situation, your experience, your skills, and your goals in life. But just know that these are the three main options of how you can go from a budding entrepreneur to a business owner and actually take advantage of that newfound freedom in life. And so I want to talk now about my journey going from a non-entrepreneurially minded Marine and SEAL to how I ended up owning a few businesses and why I'm so happy now in my place in life. I will warn you, I do Tarantino my story a little bit. I kind of start at the beginning, or start at the end and jump back and forth for context. It keeps it a little more interesting. It weaves it all together. But I will start at the beginning that I met my first SEAL when I was 12. I was extremely young and impressionable. He was my cousin's friend. And he was telling me stories about how he got to run and gun and jump out of planes and blow things up and go diving. It was the most exciting thing I've ever heard. And this was pre-9/11. I turned 40 next month. So this was, I think, late 90s that I started hearing the stories. But at 12 years old, I didn't find anything more inspiring to be than the tip of the spear and the SEAL teams. They just seemed so exciting. I grasped on to that idea of being a SEAL and held on to it for the longest time. And spoiler alert, I did become a SEAL, so I was successful. But 12-year-old Kevin, all the way to 27-year-old Kevin, was not so sure. And so if you did that quick mental math, and we have some Army people in here, your shoes can come off, that's 15 years from when I discovered the SEALs and when I actually stepped foot on those yellow flippers on the grinder at the Bud's compound. That is a really, really long time to hold on to a single vision, a single dream that you want to see through. And by having that goal, becoming a SEAL, set me up for a life of rejection, failure, detour, and disappointment. I didn't say quitting. Rejection, failure, detour, and disappointment. Those are all things that line up a life to be a life well lived. It makes it meaningful. It makes those achievements more beneficial for you. I can honestly say that getting 2 BUDS for me, BUDS is the basic training program we go through as a SEAL. Getting 2 BUDS was more difficult than making it through BUDS. There's a couple SEALs in the room, Anthony, Sean. I know all of you all are going to say yours was the last hard class and mine was probably easy. But my class was no walk in the park. And I will admit that I had the distinct honor of doing Hell Week mostly twice, first phase all the way through twice. I got this little known condition called SIPE, swimmer-induced pulmonary edema, where you start coughing up blood. It's not good. So I got rolled back from most of the way through Hell Week all the way to the beginning. So even when I finally get to what I think is my goal of going through BUDS, I have to start it all over again. And it's that mindset of, I'm here, I'm gonna get it done, I'm not quitting now, I'm gonna make this happen, is so powerful. But what you will see through my life of getting 2 BUDS was it was a series of rejections. So I applied to the Naval Academy right out of high school. Was not a great student. School stuff was like 5th or 6th on my priority list. I was an athlete. I wanted to be a SEAL. I like partying. I like chasing girls. It was all the other stuff that was more important than going to school for 6 hours and coming home and studying for 3 more hours. Didn't do great. Didn't do poorly. I was like a 3.0 student, but not good enough to get into the Naval Academy. I basically got the response of not a strong enough candidate. But I applied again the next year. I went to community college, tried hard, applied again, and somehow got in. Somebody liked me, and so they accepted me the second year. They probably liked the fact that I came back and tried again. Then at the Naval Academy, I was like, oh, shoo-in. I'm gonna be a SEAL from here. This is my path. 4 years later, didn't get SEALs. Rejection again, not a strong enough candidate. And actually ended up going Marines, which in hindsight was a huge blessing. Learning about another service, getting that camaraderie associated with the Marine Corps. How many Marines? I know we have at least one, Adam. How do you know who the Marines are in a room? Don't worry, they'll let you know. So I got to be part of this incredible community that I never had any aspiration to be on. I got forced into it, and I blossomed where I planted. It was entirely unexpected, but I had a great time with it. Marine Corps birthdays are probably the greatest event you'll ever go to. If you ever get an invitation to one, go to a Marine Corps birthday. But even in the Marine Corps, I saw disappointment. I wanted to go infantry. I got comms, communications, satellites, radios. We got a comm. We got 06 what? 0602, nice, that's the same here. We got a 21, we got a radio operator. All right, so I wanted to go this fighting route, and I go to this other one that wasn't what I wanted. Could have very easily given up and just said, all right, I'm gonna have a career in the Marine Corps as a commo, and then get out from there. But no, I decided I'm going to apply for MARSOC, the Marine Special Operations. I'm going to apply for SEALs to switch back to the Navy and make this happen. And I was actually interviewing for the SEAL transfer the first time, rejected. Not a strong enough candidate. You see this theme a lot in my life. Not a good enough candidate. Come back again if you want. And I always came back. I always showed up again. So the second time, I actually get what I wanted. I'm so excited. I'm finally going to go to BUDS. And there's one more disappointment detour. It takes 8 months to transfer out of the Marine Corps and back into the Navy. And so at this point, I've now bought Navy uniforms from the Naval Academy, Marine uniforms from the Marine Corps, and now I'm buying the Navy uniforms back that I sold or I got rid of. They include my $800 Mameluke sword, the officer sword in the Marine Corps. I had so much money spent on uniforms. It's going back and forth. It's all worth it, though. What was important about all this is that I had a singular vision of what I wanted to get to and I made it happen. Even if that takes 15 years, this is a microcosm of entrepreneurship. Sometimes you hit it, strike gold. You get selected for buds right out of high school and you show up and you make it through. Sometimes it takes you 15 years to make it through and finally see through what you want to make happen. And I've narrowed it down to about 4 keys to success. I'm sure you can throw some other ones in there, but the 4 that I like the most are grit, focus, perseverance, and then another term I came up with, optimism through problem solving. And I think Laura's probably going to touch, I think she just stepped out, but Laura's going to touch on some of this stuff with mindset and how much power having that positive mental attitude will have when you talk to yourself. If you talk to other people how you talk to yourself, it would be embarrassing. We are relentless on ourselves. And so having that positive outlook when you problem solve, don't go into it with, we can do this, but it's probably going to go this way. If you spin that around and say, we can do this and this is going to happen in a positive mindset, you can accomplish so much. And these 4 got me 2 buds, it got me through buds, and I use it all the time as an entrepreneur now. And so I want to give the last little bit about my story from leaving the SEAL teams after 12 years in the military and how I discovered entrepreneurship. Everybody has their own story about how they discovered entrepreneurship. Some people had parents that owned businesses, and so they were exposed to it at a very young age. Some people are like Jeremy Piven in The Goods. They're just born with it. They have that DNA. They can sell anything and convince anybody to buy anything. And then there's people like me that discover it later in life. So I got out February 29th of 2020. And I give that date because if you guys think about it, it's 2 weeks before COVID shut everything down in California, and the vast majority of the nation just went into upheaval. So not only am I going through the biggest transition of my life, leaving the military, but I'm having to figure out how to navigate this new corporate landscape where it's work from home. My first job offer was actually rescinded because they didn't know what was going on. They didn't want to hire me. It was a lot of turmoil, but what I saw from it is that there's huge opportunity in this change. So my first job was actually as a recruiter. I was working with a tech and life science recruiting agency, working with a lot of startups. I know there's a lot of medical people in here, life science, biotech. There's great industry. I was now working in San Diego, one of the hubs, with some of the most budding, promising life science companies out there. And as a recruiter, I actually get to hear a lot of intimate information about a business. I'm speaking with the CEOs, the founders, the executive team about where the business has been, where it's going, what are the issues, what are they trying to accomplish, because I need to convey this to the candidates. So I'm hearing firsthand how these businesses are run. I'm hearing from the individuals that have started these businesses, and I'm learning who starts businesses. And here's a spoiler alert. They're just like any of us. A lot of them have very little clue what they're doing, and they're winging it because they have an idea and they're confident that they can see it through. But they're no better than any of us. I don't mean that in like the overzealous sense, but they don't necessarily have any more experience than us. A lot of them are figuring out for the first time. They have PhDs and they have a novel technology. They're like, I can turn this into something profitable. The entrepreneurship mind. And that's all they've done. And so hearing that, when I got out of COVID and my commission was going to reset and my candidate pool had dried up, I had a decision. I can either show up on January 2nd or whatever that Monday was going to be with a commission reset, nothing in the pipeline, or I can use the skills. I've already been bringing on my own customers, my own clients, placing my own candidates, negotiating my own contracts. I can run a recruiting agency. Might as well do it myself and just figure out everything on the way. And so that's what I did. And so in the span of 2 weeks, I quit. I made a free Gmail, flintlocksolutions@gmail.com, free. I created a free logo off of Google and PowerPoint. You can see it right there. That's why I put it up there. That was designed by me. I literally took something from Google and put it onto PowerPoint and saved it as a JPEG. That was my first logo, and I love it. I've gone through several iterations since then, but free. It doesn't cost me anything. I made a free LinkedIn business page, not a website. LinkedIn business page. that talked about my services. I use Excel as my CRM for free. My only new expense was my LinkedIn recruiter seat that was $7,500 a year that was paid per month. So what is that, like $600, $700 a month that I pay? My only expense. Starting a business doesn't have to be complicated. It doesn't have to be expensive. You can make things happen, and it doesn't have to happen all at once. You can do a side hustle where you grow it into something, you get some product market fit, you get some brand recognition, you get some customer loyalty, and you turn it into something larger. I know there's a lot of big tech-savvy companies that are being grown in here, and those are amazing, and they require a ton of capital and resources and manpower to make happen. But for anyone that's not in that space, it doesn't have to require venture capital investment. I think it's like 3% of businesses qualify for the VC business model. So there's ways that you can build businesses for very cheap, very easily, in a way that they can be successful. I was making a couple $100,000 a year doing this business, and I actually stepped away from it because I saw my future me looking back saying, this isn't what I want to be doing for the long term, and it's not a good fit. Even though it's making money, it's not fit for what I want right now. And this is about 2 to 3 years after I'd left the military, about 3 years. So I decided to pivot. I didn't try and sell it. I didn't try and turn it into anything else. I said, I'm going to do something different. But to what I was talking about with Adam, I didn't see that as wasted time. This was a huge learning experience. I got a 2.5-year MBA in running a business. I was doing payroll. I had some employees. I had insurance. I had the business license. I had the marketing, the sales, the contract, everything of running a business that I'd learned during that time. And I had so many veterans talking to me about how they can start businesses, what it takes, what can I do to help them. And so that was my pivot, is I'm now going to teach veterans entrepreneurship, much like what they mentioned in my bio. And so I had the Veteran Collective. I had H&S Media with our podcasts and our newsletter, and we had a digital community and all these things to much like what VEI has here, where you bring a community of people together. We have lenders and financiers and brokers and everybody trying to help one another be successful. But again, this is me, a little bit of my ADD and not wanting to sit still. I still wasn't as fulfilled as I wanted to be, and that's because for my personality type, what I figured out, and I finally created some space for myself, is I am a physical, tactile person. I need to have a physical product that I want to make with my hands and see that direct connection. I was getting too burnt out on the social media and being in front of the computer. I live in San Diego, and I look outside my window. I'm like, it's sunny out. Why am I in front of my computer right now? And so I made one more change, and I've never been happier to what I'm doing right now, which is running a sourdough bakery with my wife, and we are hitting a absolute hockey stick of a trajectory right now as we're growing, being in North County, San Diego with the health-conscious, fit people who have a disposable income and are willing to spend good money on quality food, and I'm learning to make bread. So here we have a SEAL who's been trained to go on foreign beaches, climb up the sand and do bad things to bad people, and I'm happiest stretching dough, making cinnamon rolls, building that brand with my wife where I get to work from home, making great money, raising my kids, and serving a valuable product to my community, which has a lot of potential scalability associated with it if we just want to be creative. And so that's my message to all of you, that entrepreneurs can be successful by recognizing change that can happen and then having the courage to make that change, even if you're comfortable in what you're doing right now. It's great to make yourself uncomfortable from time to time. The captain who was in charge of Buds, when I finished Hell Week, told us one thing, and it sticks with me all the time, and I'll leave it with you guys. Do one thing every day that makes you uncomfortable. Because by reminding yourself that you can be uncomfortable, you'll never get complacent, and you'll always make sure you're on the right path. So thank you all. I'm not going to do Q&A. I'll be in the after party ceremony thing next door. Have a beer. I'm more than happy to answer any of your questions or give you more details on my story. So thank you for listening.
Okay, I know you're not doing Q&A, but you got to tell us the name of the bakery. Crafted Coastal Bakery, right? Yes. That's amazing. And he was also telling me your wife is a dietitian or nutritionist? Nutritionist. So they know what they're doing. So give that sourdough bread a try. Thank you so much for that inspiring speech. All right, we have our next panel coming up, the Innovation Ecosystem Panel presented by Veterans Florida, with a powerful discussion set to come on tapping into Central Florida's vibrant innovation ecosystem. And our panel moderator is Richard Bilbao, who is the editor-in-chief of the Orlando Business Journal. Please welcome Richard to the stage while I introduce the rest of the panelists. Hey, good to see you. Our panelists this afternoon include Belinda Kirkgard, who's the president of the National Entrepreneur Center, Sheena Fowler, the CEO of Innovate Orlando, Derek Frazier, who is with the Veterans Employment and Training Services Coordinator for Veterans Florida, and Jack Henkel, who's the Senior Cluster Manager for the Florida High Tech Corridor. Please welcome this esteemed panel up to the stage. Is there a mic at every chair?
Thank you. Oh, okay. I'm glad this has like a little desk right here. Takes me back to the school days. All right. Am I the only person that hears that? Is there music playing? Oh, okay. Okay.
Our walk-up music.
Okay, sorry. All right, so thank you, everyone. We're going to roll right into the panel just so we can kind of get straight to the conversation. So this is a general question. We're going to open it up. How would each of you rate the current entrepreneurial ecosystem in Central Florida? What's working, what's not?
I'm happy to go first. So I think it's remarkable. And so for the longest time, we've always said that small businesses make up about 80% of the U.S. economy. It's actually 99%. And if you think of how many major corporations there are and how many influencers there are, it's pretty easy to kind of make that connection. So in Central Florida, we have a great deal of governments and private sector that believe in empowering the small business and put their money where their mouth is. And my organization, the National Entrepreneur Center, is a testament to that. We get funded by, we are truly a public-private agency. We house or work with 19 remarkable organizations that have only one mission, and that's to help grow small business in Central Florida. So I'm really proud of what gets done here in Central Florida, and I think it works well.
So I can speak from the tech perspective, and that's really where I've spent my career in the Orlando region for the last several years. It's extraordinary. It's an amazing, one of those moments where if you haven't heard about it and you're not in it, and you start to hear from somebody who's in it, all the people that are doing these extraordinary things and the thought leaders that are truly subject matter experts, you had no clue that they're here. That's our problem, right? We are rich in resources, but we have not found the best way to align it and the best way to tell our story. And that's what we can work on, because we find the ability to attract talent and thought leaders and the right people to collaborate to start companies. But we have yet to fully gain the full respect that we deserve.
Yeah, and I'll just add on to that. I kind of use the example of we have companies making everything from rocket fuel to video games here and doing it really well. And so, and there are resources to help all of those companies, but finding the right one becomes a difficulty. But I think our superpower is we do a good job of connecting with each other to help the companies.
We all play really well in the sandbox together.
And I'll just
finish off on that one. For the Central Florida area, you can definitely see that everything's growing. It's becoming really good out here. But I'm speaking for the whole state of Florida, and it's actually going on throughout the whole entire state. So just making sure that the actual innovators and everybody know that it is resources out here for them. So I can definitely see that the word is starting to get out more, and more people are starting to understand that it is resources here for that. So I see it's going up as well.
So each of you touched base on kind of collaboration, kind of connectivity. You to kind of dive a little bit more into it, what are each of your organizations doing to breed more collaboration, to create those touch points? There might be different subsectors that are siloed off. How are you building those bridges?
So for us, we are actually collaborating with a whole bunch of different type of programs here throughout the state. So we would like our partners that we collaborate with to also collaborate with each other, because more knowledge is better. So the more that we can actually get together and get our minds on the same page, the better off.
I think there's been, just to give Belinda some extraordinary credit, the National Entrepreneurship Center is an amazing model, and we are extremely fortunate to have it in Central Florida. What I'm seeking to do with Innovate Orlando is model very much so what's working there, and then take it the next step. Let's unite it, right? What's the best benefit for our community? Because there are resources that should be traditional entrepreneurship, and there's some resources that should be specific to technology. There's not always a crossover, but sometimes there are. So we want to have a front door to our ecosystem, and we want to have a front door to help people find the right resources that they need, and that's going to come by us working together, figuring out how to have shared calendars, how to have shared resource banks. The fact that we have BizLink is an exceptional gift to our community. The fact that not everyone knows how to use it is a shame. How we do that, we start working better together to make sure the world understands how to access it. And that's really what, as new into Innovate Orlando, I'm working on access by linking together things that are already working.
I'm so jazzed that she said yes to the job, let me just say.
Belinda, I'm going to give you a direct question here. What are some of the new services and efforts that the NEC is offering that should be on the radar of the people here?
So lately we hear a lot about tariffs and the conversation on all these penalties of imports and exports, but the reality is the quickest way to grow an economy is to have an infusion of money from the outside, and that's exporting our products. And I don't believe we do a good job here in Central Florida. We manufacture, we do all kinds of really neat things. We don't tell our story well, and we don't ship them externally. And so we've got a Central Florida International Trade Office that we are truly working to elevate to a whole nother stratosphere. I've brought on an individual who's got a remarkable pedigree of private sector as well as government experience that's truly breaking down these conversations and helping entrepreneurs understand not just how you market your product or putting them in touch with other organizations. It's helping companies understand how to properly categorize your product, how to look at logistics to run things a little more efficiently. If you're bringing in products, taking advantage of foreign trade zones. So just a lot of the strategy that goes into going global. So that's one area. Katie Cook, who's here, runs our Central Florida BizLink program. Remarkable human being. I jokingly call her my walking encyclopedia. She knows everything. And the walking Google. But Katie works within the 6 counties and partners with 112 organizations, truly understands what each organization does. And so to Sheena's point, when you were lost and wondering, what's the best resource for me, there's a platform that's available to you 24/7, 365 days a year that you can go to. There's an echo, and it's like throwing me as I'm talking. I'm sorry. But so anyway, so she's familiar with all of this entire ecosystem, and connecting with her can help guide you in the right direction. And again, it's elevating those relationships that we have, but on a regional scale.
Jack, when it comes to building an infrastructure, what is the high-tech corridor doing to build that innovation infrastructure for veteran businesses to succeed? And can you give us some current examples of what's working?
Yeah, definitely. So the corridor, we are focused on helping high-tech companies across the Central Florida region launch, scale, and grow. We're actually founded as a partnership of the three major research universities, so UCF, USF, and UF. So one piece of infrastructure that we have, one of our longest running programs, is helping companies connect with university research. So kind of building that bridge between commercializing new technologies out of the universities, figuring out how to get more of that into the hands of companies and customers. And so we have a 25-year program where we give matching grants to companies who are doing that and collaborating with universities. In the past 5 years or so, we've put some more infrastructure in place with programs to help companies across sectors, across tech sectors, including one of the VI, the SPEAR participants, is in one of our cluster programs. So we're happy to work with him on that. And kind of one other thing we're trying to do is figure out how we can get more of the resources from the federal and state side that can help innovative companies and make that visible to companies that are in the region and in the states. So we actually have a statewide program, which is taking on a different form now with some of the federal funding pieces going on, but helping companies understand what resources are available through the federal government for federal R&D to build up your technology so you can be investable and go to investors.
Derek, your organization assists service members as different parts of their path. What challenges have you seen them face as they begin that transition into the entrepreneurial path? And how has your organization assisted them along that path?
Okay, so I would probably say the biggest thing that I see is really just a lack of awareness that it's actual resources and tools out here to assist them into that entrepreneurship field and innovation and everything like that. So just making sure we partner with the correct organizations, making sure that we're partnered with the correct innovations organizations and centers, and being transparent with these small businesses as they start, these veteran small businesses, to try to simplify the process for them, to let them know that these resources are out here and that they are here to assist them.
And Sheena, just to round it out with you, what have you identified as immediate areas of opportunity for Innovate Orlando, like to meet the demands of the veteran-led startup sector?
Yeah. So something that I think we need to continue to do is build out peer connectivity, right? There's so many people that move here from somewhere else. They don't know how to connect. We had a founders dinner that we hosted last week. Lily, you're right in front of me. You were right there. And it was amazing. There's some people who've been here for many years who met people they had no clue about. And once you get them in that circle, and it was a small dinner, right? We kept it intimate. The ability to watch them connect, and folks like me stayed out. I was not allowed in. You know, I welcomed everyone, and then they were off to have their conversations. Entrepreneurship, whether it's technology-based or nothing, could be very isolating. It can be very scary and very lonely at the founder perspective. So the more that we can build peer relationships in addition to this extraordinary set of resources that are available for you, that's how we get through the tough times. That's how we get through and navigate not only the highs, but the lows. And so we're going to be building out more opportunities for what I like to call creative collisions, right? And so we've got the UCF Startup Incubator downtown in the Tech Hub, and we're changing the model in the way that we're working. We're going to gather all of our tech entrepreneur support organizations that are tech business focused. We're going to work to align their calendars, work to align the programming, give them free space to be able to have their events so that we can create more opportunity for people to meet each other with very specific focus. That's the Senfluence program at the Florida High Tech Corridor was exactly what we want to see more of. Let's get very deep instead of being completely wide. We can really focus. Orlando, in the Orlando region, from a technology perspective, we're global leaders in the experience economy. We've got to claim it. We've got to claim that we have pioneered technology that changes human performance. And that goes from whether it's a training for the defense industry, for medical that can be applied at our VA center here, or whether it's for entertainment. The talent is the throughput, and that's what guides it through. And it's ours to claim. So we're gonna align PR and marketing, make sure we get the stories out of who's doing what and the credit for how they're global speakers, get them placed in national conferences. We've got alignment among our tech ECOs, and we're building a space to make sure everybody's linked together. And then we're building that out across the better benefit for the community, aligning with traditional entrepreneurship and tech entrepreneurship.
So how can we measure the effectiveness of regional ecosystems in supporting diverse entrepreneurs, particularly underserved and veteran-led ventures? What kind of metrics should we be tracking to show us how well we're doing and where we can improve?
So I have one. I think there's a lot of ways we could take this. I think obviously tracking traditional metrics for job creation, employees, funding. A metric that I'm trying to do a better job of tracking at the corridor is how many touch points do our entrepreneurs have across the ecosystem, right? If they're just talking to me, then that's probably they're not optimizing all the resources that are here. They need to be with Prospera or some of the groups at NEC. They need to be going to OTC events and leveraging all the veteran-specific resources that are there. We can't be everything to everybody. None of us can, as long as we can make sure that those entrepreneurs, if they're touching and working with 5 organizations, that's better than 1, even if that 1 is us, right? I want them to work with as many people as possible to maximize all the resources and expertise that are here.
Yeah, I think the ability to show how companies have gone through a cycle and they've elevated, like you said, there's tons of metrics we could look at, but something I'd love to see us measure better is how did we get someone at Starter Studio with an idea? And let me backtrack. Let's start with Startup Week in Orlando, where it's literally like throw ideas, everybody gets to group up together. The prize was the cohort at Starter Studio. Get them into that. Let's elevate them to grow their business, get them into Grow FL, elevate them and get them into our other programs to where then they're giving back. Now they're mentors. Now they're investing in other companies. The more that we can show that we have programs that elevate you and we put those people forward, I think that's how we show success.
Yeah, because just measuring the number of jobs or how many companies have been started, as you said, it's the traditional metrics, but what's that level of success? And success is paying it forward and being part of a larger community.
So can we talk a little bit about what are some innovating or emerging technologies that you guys have identified that should be, should I say, at the top of the list for a lot of our entrepreneurs out there?
I would say one that I've noticed is the integration of AI. A lot of companies are bringing in AI. It seems like it's going to be an intricate part of business moving forward. So the faster that they're learning about AI, it's a great thing as far as moving forward. And then also I would like to say assemblers. So the assemblers that are actually building parts and keeping the chain moving forward, those are the ones who are actually, creating products to continue in that process. So I would definitely say AI moving forward, and also automation as well. Everybody is trying to find out that automation is a huger thing to free up more time and things like that.
Find classes on ChatGPT or AI, you can visit the CentralFloridaBizLink.com website.
Yeah, and I can add, I mean, I think AI is a great example of that. I think since we're in Orlando, I can share, right, entertainment capital of the world, gaming technologies, and using those for non-gaming traditional applications. Can we do training in healthcare, in energy, using technologies usually used to make video games, but they're really immersive and engaging, and how can we leverage that expertise for all these other industries that exist here? And so I want to see more of that kind of happening in the region.
I'm obsessed with the intersection of creativity and technology, and that's what makes us so special, is applying, this is what I love, is when somebody can work at Disney and as an engineer and then flip over and go work at Lockheed and apply the same techniques, because of immersive experiences and human performance. There's a lot of technical elements that apply. It's just, what's the application of it? So it is about taking this expertise and this deep level of understanding of user experience and simulation and applying it to different industries.
How do we lean in more into that intersection of creativity? Like how do we build the environment to cultivate more of that?
Yeah, that is my sole mission right now at Innovate Orlando, is trying to nail that. You know, and I think what I've identified, like I talked about, was working on alignment and amplification. Let's make sure that we're talking about who's here. Something I hear about constantly is that we're so spread out, we rarely get to truly understand who's here and how we connect. If we can create these opportunities for creative collisions and apply that also with some digital applications of ecosystem maps and BizLink and connect them together and power it with the AI. Now we're shrinking the ecosystem and making it really accessible. I think access is the key. We've got to amplify, and we got to make sure they know how to get the help they need.
Well, and it's even understanding where all these things are intersecting and then teaching it to the next generation. You don't necessarily have to have a traditional four-year college degree. There are a number of other technical or vocational classes that you can take to get you further, and that one certification can be applied to so many different career paths. So,
one of the, if you've been around Orlando and cued into games at all, there's a great organization called Indienomicon. And I remember decades ago, they came and they were starting just a traditional game jam. And then we started applying it to healthcare, and we applied it to armed services, and applied it to all of these different industries. It's a massive education process to get people to understand that game development and that type of mindset and thinking is applicable in all of these other industries. So we have to just continue to educate, and the work of all the folks up here are going to do it.
Yeah, Jack, to add on to that, you talked a little bit about gaming, and Sheena just did. What kind of ecosystem are you guys helping to build to further promote gaming development, whether it be for entertainment or for other uses like simulation, healthcare, things like that? What's being done to push that?
Yeah, great question. So one of my roles at the Corridor is I run our gaming, entertainment, esports cluster as part of Synfluence. So I'm managing that cluster, trying to help. We have 38 companies right now in that cluster, trying to help them figure out how to either launch products to the market that are entertainment focused, or connect with our life sciences or our energy cluster to make sure that those companies in those areas know what those technologies are even capable of, right? And how we can leverage that. And if we at the Corridor, or any of us here, it's easier for us to have those conversations with the large companies. You're talking about Disney and Universal. Those are great test beds for all kinds of technologies. So how can we help those large organizations understand what is actually available here, and then those small companies understand how do you approach the large organizations to do pilots, to incorporate technologies, and figure out how to do that. So it's, half of my role at the Corridor is helping these companies with gaming. They're developing gaming technologies or using gaming technologies, figure out how to implement those in new ways, go to new markets, or just launch to market with the entertainment side. And so we have a whole team that's dedicated to trying to make those connections happen, or make sure they're using resources from everybody else that's here on this panel and in the region.
And if I can brag on Jack for a moment, he's one of the founders, one of several founders, Matthew's in the audience too, of the Unreal chapter. And Unreal is a game engine that powers everything from traditional games. But when I was with Red 6, that was the engine that we used to create the Air Force training platform, the first way that you could use augmented reality in the sky. it applies to multiple industries, and having a chapter dedicated to move outside of just defense, because that's where it started, and volunteer efforts have to start somewhere. But it's great to have Jack and some others come together to make sure that we amplify it, bring together that community, and take advantage of opportunities like Unreal Fest, their global conference, is in Orlando this summer. Right? So now we have one of the largest chapters, almost like third in the nation?
Yeah, we're in the top 3 in size of the nation. We have more than 200 members of the Unreal Engine Orlando chapter after only a couple of months of kind of relaunching it. And even some chapters in California have 15 or 20 people. We have over 200. I think it's 220 or something now. So just shows the power of everything happening here.
Right? And I think the benefit of groups like this, and the benefit that this audience needs to understand, is these technologies are still early. You're not showing up to a group of people that are going to intimidate you. Everyone's asking questions. That's what's fun about it, is that we still get to be curious. We still get to scope it and create it. So just come and show up and be present.
And Derek, I didn't want to go too far away from AI, because that's something that even in our coverage at the OBJ, we hear all the time. How are you seeing businesses utilize AI? And this is open to each of you. If you know someone who's utilizing AI in an interesting way, can you share a couple of examples, maybe to pass on some tips?
Well, mostly I see them using AI as a resource tool. Not really actually applying it to their business, but actually using it for the knowledge, and then taking that knowledge and turning it into their own knowledge and applying it towards their business. So they're using it to think outside of the box and not go the normal traditional routes of entrepreneurship or starting a certain business in a certain industry or anything like that. So it's really just using it more for the knowledge is what I'm seeing.
Oh, we've seen individuals that in less than 5 minutes will create a full-on business and a website. And it's just asking the right engine. I need a logo. I want a business idea. I need a website. And help me start it with less than $2,000. Go. And it creates it. The problem with that, you have to have a passion for what you're starting. And so you're setting yourself up for failure by thinking that AI is going to tell you how to be successful in life. So it's encouraging folks to utilize AI to be creative with designing a logo if you can't follow traditional means of going to a marketing company or you're just not creative. You really need to build your business correctly. So that's where we encourage them to come to how to start a business workshops. They're free. Back to Jeff's, the keynote speaker, his word free, F-R-E-E. There's a myriad of free resources for individuals to not only start their business, but scale their business up correctly. Free, F-R-E-E.
I've got a fun one. The last 3.5 years, I worked with a company called Red 6. And like I said, it's an augmented reality platform to help fighter pilots train in the sky. So the best of a ground-based flight simulator in the live flying arena. And they participated with a DARPA challenge to collect that data to start to build AI models and train it. So now we can have, when somebody is training against an enemy pilot, that can be run on off AI, going from actual data that has been existed in the ecosystem. So if you have 5 seconds, Google Red 6 augmented reality. There's great videos, especially if you like planes. It's extremely incredible to see that they were able to break through all of these different barriers. It's the widest field of view augmented reality headset that exists. It's also the brightest. You can look directly into the sun, directly into cloud, and still see that asset in front of you. And when you start to add in elements like AI with something as powerful as that, now you're opening the doors to being able to have training at force ratios that just aren't physically possible.
So I want to make sure we respect the time of everyone here. I want to ask each of you, what's a program that you guys have in the works that you would like to share with the crowd? It could be something that you're not ready to announce, but why not right now? What can you share that you guys are working on?
Breaking news, right, Carla?
I may or may not be recording. I have to take my shot.
I'll go ahead and start off. We really don't have any breaking new things going on right now. We do have a entrepreneurship program that we're always looking to grow to assist veterans in the entrepreneurship field. So we're always looking to take in new ideas, bring on new organizations, and just try to grow our ecosystem in our entrepreneurship field to get more resources out to veterans and making sure that they're getting the best help possible moving forward in their journey.
Well, frankly, everything at Innovate Orlando is evolving and new since I came on a few months ago. So we are dedicated to being the storyteller in chief for Central Florida and get the storytelling correct on who we are as a tech ecosystem. And then we're going to work on visibility, amplification, and alignment. And if we can nail those things, and we're looking at aligning a spring tech conference with the Immerse Festival that is created with Creative City Project. So we go from, and I did this many years ago, we go from a tech conference that talks about the extraordinary tech that we create into an explosion of creativity. Let's showcase that we have this intersection of tech and creativity. And let's align it with an award summit that is going to build out an ability for us to show how people are moving the needle in aligning our ecosystem, reward them. And then as a member of the Full Sail Hall of Fame, what I've noticed with that award ceremony, it builds a network. Now we have an incredibly close relationship with people who are actually doing the good work to unite the ecosystem and move us forward.
Isn't she amazing? Aren't you also glad she said yes to the job? So at the National Entrepreneur Center, I really do have the privilege of working with 19 organizations like VEI, the High Tech Corridor, that provide business technical support to our community. And I said 19, so Richard, come next month, we'll be proposing to our executive board, ideally number 20. I can't say the name of the organization, but that would be my quasi-breaking news for you. So I'm gonna have to go back out to reprint these brochures, which are, by the way, located out the door right outside. It has all the information on the different resource partners, Central Florida BizLink, and I'm going to note, and I don't think this is happening in this room, but if anyone here is financing their business via credit card, please don't leave without saying hello to me. Part of our ecosystem includes a microloan program, so if you're not eligible for traditional financing, we've got something for you. So I always make it a point to say that anytime I've got a microphone, because there's always someone struggling, and a credit card is not the way to do your business. So I've got help for you.
Yeah, so for the corridor, it's less of a new program and more of an evolving program. So it's called Florida Fast, the Federal and State Technology Partnership Program. That doesn't matter, just remember Florida Fast. And this is our program. We've run for 2 years helping companies find federal R&D dollars. So there's a type of grant, SBR, SCTR, companies can get up to $1.5 million. And so that's the federal agencies are going through a lot of changes kind of rapidly at the moment. And so we're putting some more resources in place to help kind of keep up to date with what's happening at the different federal funding agencies and how companies can kind of learn to leverage that even in sort of some of the changing environments there now. So how can we keep getting more R&D dollars into the state, this non-dilutive capital, so companies can be investable?
All right, one very last 30-second pitch on this before Raphael tackles me. But what's your 30-second outlook for the state of our ecosystem, say, in the next 5 years?
So I see it doing nothing but rising up. We are definitely on the track of steady improving on what we already got going on and bringing in new things. So I see the expansion and blow up of the actual system here in the state of Florida.
I see the Orlando region being recognized for being technical experts in the intersection of immersive technology, human performance, XR, AR, everything that it takes to create an immersive experience, that is what we're going to be recognized for. You are going to see us everywhere. We're going to be on every stage. We're going to be thought leaders on broadcast. We're going to be in traditional media. And it's going to be our thought leaders, our engineers, our creatives that are going to finally know how to describe what Orlando is as a tech ecosystem, and they're going to be proud. I think that's something that we have to claim, and it's ours to claim.
We're going to see a remarkable number of changes in our elected bodies. And all the candidates that are starting to pop up for some of these positions are all pro-business. And so for me, that's exciting because they get the economy is important. So I view it as super great trajectory for us.
If I had 2 words, I would say collaboration and growth. So I think I've worked in Orlando helping early stage tech companies for about 20 years. And right now there's more collaboration, more growth, and more kind of coming together of resources and the entrepreneurs that I've seen since I've started.
Well, thank you. If you don't mind, join me in thanking our panel today and their time.
That was a fantastic panel. Thank you all so much for all the insight. It makes me excited to be in Orlando and what's going to come. So as we prepare for our final speaker today, our final keynote speaker, I want to paint a picture for those of us in the room right now, especially veteran business owners who may feel the stress that's associated with entrepreneurship, right? Who here has felt stressed in the last 24 hours? Yeah, I see a lot of hands going up. Now, you started your business, of course, because you are service-driven and you wanted independence. You didn't want to work for someone else, but working for yourself can feel like you're trading one boss for another sometimes. Instead of answering to a chain of command, now you're answering to customers, clients, prospects, investors, and let's not forget your team if you have employees. The culture in the private sector isn't quite like the military, right? A little different. The shift from structure to self-directed can be jarring, especially in a world that just won't stop changing. It's not ever going to stop. So no wonder most veteran entrepreneurs report feeling stressed, and we saw the hands go up here moments ago. But what if you could uncover the real root of that stress and, more importantly, find a cure for it? Are we here for that? Yeah. So coming up next, you're going to hear from an expert. You won't be hearing from me. Dr. Laura Gallagher, who is an organizational psychologist. She has helped large companies like NASA, Disney, Yahoo. You'll learn the science she also taught to leaders at high-growth startups, including Orlando's Stacks, which, by the way, is valued at over $1 billion with a B today. She is the USA Today and Wall Street Journal best-selling author of The Missing Links, launching a high-performing company culture. Her talk for you today is titled From Service to Startup, The Secret to Stress-Free Success. Please help me welcome Dr. Laura Gallagher to the stage.
How old were you the first time that you realized that you were full of it? 5? I was 31, and I'm going to share that story with you. But before that, I just want to say thank you to Carla, wherever she went, for the introduction. What I am talking to you about today, I think I am qualified to do it, not so much based on my career, accolades, bio, things like that. It's been my own personal journey that I'm really excited to share. So the time that I realized I was full of it, I had my assistant help me with slides, and I want to believe that she only created this for this talk, but I kind of worry she had this one laying around already. But I was 31, and I'm going to take you back a little bit further first. Starting around middle school, I got straight A's for the first time. And once I realized that I could do that, I felt super stressed out if I did anything less. And I found that there was constantly this pressure that I was mostly putting on myself to just be better, do better. And everything felt like it was just preparing for the next thing. So stress was always something that was external. It was always about preparing to get into college. About college, it was about getting into graduate school, getting a job. And it just never ended. And so when I was 31 years old, I was working full-time at NASA. I was still working on my, I had finished my dissertation at this point, but I had decided I'm going to start a business. So I started a side business while I'm still rocking the full-time job. And it's a Wednesday evening, and I've worked a full day at NASA already, and now I'm sitting in my home office working on my business. And my husband comes to the door, and he says, "Hey, Laura, Jake and Mary want us to go to the movies. You want to go tonight?" And I look over barely, and I say, "Babe, I can't, I don't have time right now." He said, "Come on, Laura, you never have time." And I said, "I know, but it's only going to be like this until..." And I realized I had no idea what the end of that sentence was. Because this is a story I had been telling myself over and over, that it was only going to be like this until some external milestone was achieved, and then I would suddenly magically not feel stressed anymore. I would suddenly decide, now I'm going to give myself permission to enjoy my life. And it was a very sobering moment for me, but it was a catalyzing moment for me too. Because from that moment on, I started my journey of really looking into what is this stress hamster wheel that I find myself on. And so I want to give you the tools today to help you from feeling stressed out, frustrated, overwhelmed, and behind. How many of you feel like you're behind right now? Biggest lie we tell to ourselves all the time, right? Oh, I'm behind. Behind what? This is something we're making up. You can go from feeling that to feeling calm, confident, relaxed, and productive. And so what you're going to learn today, 3 things you've probably never learned about stress, the primary antidote to stress, and how you can overcome the lie that's going to keep you stuck, even when you know the antidote. So I want to hear from you, and we're going to use a tool called Mentimeter. So you can get out your phones and use this QR code on the screens. So we'll keep this screen up here for just a second so that you can all access this poll. And if for any reason the QR code isn't working for you, then you can put in menti.com and put in that 8-digit code. So I think people have mostly gotten it. We can switch over, and we're going to put the poll up here. So this first question is just, how often do you feel stressed? And so you can see the responses are coming in. We've got choices here of multiple times a day, every day, multiple times a week, a few times a month, or never. I want to deliver this talk. Anybody? Okay, so it's a bit distributed, at least multiple times a week, but a lot of you are saying every day, in a lot of cases, multiple times a day. So just take a moment, even right now, to allow yourself to feel some compassion for the people in the room who are feeling this stress. Because it is real. That feeling is real and has a lot of negative effects that I'll share with you. And then I want you to direct some of that same compassion back toward yourself. Just the recognition of this feels hard. And I'm sorry this feels hard. In the same way that you might talk to a young child or somebody that you love deeply, direct that at yourself. And then I'm going to see if I can switch clickers here, and we're going to go to the next polling question. Or I'll ask Lewis for help. I think it just woke up. All right, so which of these feel true for you? You should be able to answer multiple of these. Should be a select all that apply. So one is, you want to make time for self-care without feeling guilty. Another one up here is stress management techniques seemed insufficient or short-lived. Maybe you're somebody that's tried meditation. You decided oh, I'm terrible at this. The whole time you're sitting there meditating, you're like, I'm bad at it. And then when you're not doing it, you're like, oh, I really should be meditating. And this whole thing of meditating is not doing the stress relieving that it's supposed to be doing. The third option up there is you've tried changing things in your life, but you just keep falling back into stressed patterns. Or maybe it feels like you're in a stressful situation and you've tried to change it, but you just feel like you're out of options. So we can see an awful lot of you saying that you want to make time for self-care. You want to do things that you think is really going to change your relationship with stress, but how do you do that without feeling guilty? All right, we'll do one more here. This one's open-ended. So I want to know, and this is anonymous, so please be as honest as you're willing to be. What are your biggest stressors? What are the situations that are happening for you in your life that you're attributing, like, yes, this is the source of my stress? Okay, so we see some things coming in so far. I see money, wife, family, my procrastination, kids, Democrats, lack of success metrics in work, relationship. I'm just gonna roll past that Democrats one. Work, balancing family and money. Kids, employees, deployment, payroll, overcommitment, and if you can scroll for me a little bit there, Lewis, I think we might have more coming in. My wife, overcommitment, finances, taxes, not getting things done. Yep, money, 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 feeling like a failure, irrational people. Me, I work myself up. You're not alone. Okay, traffic, yes. When you think you've evolved, just get back into some traffic and see how you respond. All right, so before it devolves into like a political back and forth, we're gonna go back to the slides. So lots of things that we say cause us stress. Now, this is the technical definition of a stressor. I know that's totally backwards. I had you answer the question, and now I'm giving you the definition of the term. This is the dictionary definition of it, something that causes a state of strain or tension. But I want to share with you the truth about stressors. First, there are no inherent stressors. So as much as you probably saw that other people are experiencing similar stressors to you, there's literally not any one situation that could be happening that every person on the planet would say, yep, that would stress me out. It could literally be the apocalypse, and you could probably pull together easily 1 million people that would say, I'm at peace with that. There are no inherent stressors. And so what that means is that stress is a choice. Don't throw anything at me. Don't throw anything. I often do this talk as a webinar, and I feel safe behind the screen. I was pissed the first time somebody told me this. Stress is a choice? I'm like, okay, I am stressed, and now you're blaming me on top of it? That's how I heard this. I felt like I was being blamed for it. I want to assure you, this is not intended to be a blame statement. It is intended to be an empowerment statement. And it's true on a lot of levels, and I want to walk through those levels with you today. So to start, I'm going to invite you, and I'm going to make an ask. I know that we're way behind schedule, and I'm going to work to shorten my entire talk for you so we're not too far behind. We can get to that really great networking. So when I ask for your attention back from this short visit with your neighbor, you'll bring it back, yes? Deal? Cool. I want you to think about what is one choice that you're making right now that is adding stress to your life. This can be a choice that you would happily make again and again. This does not have to be a choice that you're like, oh shoot, do I have to change it now? Like, no. It can absolutely be something that you say, yeah, I want to keep doing it. And I acknowledge this is a choice that I'm making that's adding stress to my life. So just turn to a neighbor, take like a minute, and share quickly.
Entrepreneurship, do it again and again and again.
All right, I'm going to interrupt you and invite you to bring the attention back. Thank you for sharing. Hopefully it's a good experience for you to keep bonding with the people that you're sitting near. So here's a truth. Simply the fact that you're willing to recognize that something is a choice, even if it's not something that you want to change, can actually start to reduce your stress because it stops being a have to, it stops being a need to, it stops being a must, it stops being a should. It is something I am choosing to do. And so just that recognition alone can already start to bring your stress levels down. Because the truth of all of this, though, is you don't actually have to unchoose this life to unchoose stress. I mean, certainly being an entrepreneur, I think I even heard somebody say this over here, like, oh, being an entrepreneur, it's a choice I make that contributes to my stress. Yeah. But this talk is not about you just having a lower bar for yourself. This is not about you stopping to strive and continue to work and grow. That's not what this is about at all. What I want you to internalize here is that stress is not external. Stress is a choice. So what actually causes stress? Well, stress is based on the story in your head. Stress is based on the story in your head. This is not the same as saying, oh, it's all in your head, as though it's not real. That's not what I'm saying. In fact, it's very real. And I'm not going to read through all of these, partly for time and partly because this is depressing. We don't need this. But it really can have a negative impact on your physical health. It can have a really negative impact on your mental health. And stress impacts how you ultimately show up. As somebody who wants to be a rock star entrepreneur, you want to kick butt and take names, stress has a negative impact on all these things: decision-making, communication, your emotional intelligence, trust, how productive and focused you are, your ability to focus on other people, which is a huge part of how you can be successful in your business, moodiness and irritability, over-controlling behavior. Anybody? My people. And of course, emotional contagion. Your stress leads to other people around you feeling more stress. The field around your heart is 6 feet, y'all. If that is the vibe and the energy that you're bringing, it is impacting the people around you, even if you're not speaking out loud. So it is real. When I say it's based on a story in your head, I'm not saying that it's not real. I am saying that there are choices you're making to put the meaning on the situation. And it's not just stress. This blew my mind when I learned this. You're never responding to the world around you, ever. You are only ever responding to the meaning you are putting on what's happening. I'll give you a really simple example. If you're driving in traffic and you see a red light, what does that mean? And you see a yellow light? You see? Every time. We don't all interpret the meaning of a yellow light quite the same. Right? And so it's true in simple ways like this, and it's true in much more complex situations in our lives, in our entrepreneurship lives. So stress isn't actually caused by those stressors. It's almost a misnomer. It says stress lives out there. It's an internal experience. So it's not just workload or interpersonal conflicts. It's what do you think it means? I'll give you a really simple example of this. So one of my biggest clients had his assistant reach out, and she said, I'm going to change his name, Jack wants to meet with you before the end of the year. And I noticed I had an immediate reaction, and I used the tools to figure out, okay, what am I thinking? What's the meaning that I'm putting on this? I can tell you that they had been going through some budget cuts. I knew that from my work with them. And when she said he needs to meet with you before the end of the year, and the meeting got on my calendar on New Year's Eve, I was like, okay, it's all right, it's fine. I noticed a story in my head. I'm not going to over-attach to it. But y'all know what I was thinking. I was convinced he's going to cut my contract, either fully, partially, something. I was just so prepared for bad news. Now, the time of the meeting is getting closer. And he sends me a text. He says, hey, my last meeting is running over pretty late. I might not make it. And I'm going, oh my God, I can't. You want me to just sit in this limbo? I text back. I'm like, hey, even if it's short, even if it's super late, let's still meet. I assume you have an update for me. He says, okay. So we get into the meeting, probably 40 minutes after it was supposed to start. So we get on video, and he goes, hey, so what do you want to meet about? And I was like, You've got to be kidding me. So clearly the story that I had in my head, not even real. The stress that I was feeling was totally based on the meaning that I was putting on that situation. Now, in this case, I was wrong and I was relieved. Definitely figured out we had some kind of a disconnect in our communication, right? That we're meeting on New Year's Eve and I'm thinking there's some bad news coming. But it was the meaning that I was putting on the situation that was actually causing that stress. So your mind makes the meaning, your mood follows suit. And you get to choose the meaning. You control your mind. A lot of it might be in your subconscious, but when you work to make it conscious, you work to elevate that story in your head, you bring it to your conscious mind, you have choice now, conscious choice. The next piece of this is that stress is only going to happen if the story in your head challenges how you want to see yourself. If it doesn't challenge your self-concept, it's not going to generate a stress response. It just won't. I'll give you a really simple example of this. I bought this game, Ladder Toss. Anybody played this before? Yeah, really fun. So when I bought it, I don't think I'd ever played before. And so I was having this pool party, and it was set up in the backyard, and I was terrible. I was terrible. If you've never played, you're supposed to take the balls on the string, toss them to the ladder that's across the way, and you get points when it hits the rung. I would have entire rounds where I would just mess altogether, and I had a great time. There was nothing about that that was stressful to me, despite my horrifying performance. But I can conflict or contrast that rather with when I was younger and I would go bowling and I would get gutter balls. It would devastate me. And I was bowling with my own bowling ball that I got as a gift from my grandma. Can you start to see the difference in these two things? I would be literally like fighting back tears. I was so stressed out about being bad at bowling, which don't do that, by the way. When you're feeling emotions, you want to let that flow. Always let it flow. It's much healthier for you. But the fact that this was a gift from my grandma, who I loved, I had a story in my head that I'm supposed to be good at this. I am supposed to be good. And so it was that story that was challenging how I wanted to see myself that was actually causing that stress response. And so it is actually your inner critic that is making up the story in your head about your own perceived inadequacies that's truly causing the stress response. It's all about that inner critic. And stress isn't truth. It's just your inner critic on a loop. Y'all know your inner critic? Probably know them intimately. They've spoken to you many times today. So stress isn't truth, it's your inner critic on a loop. So I want to invite you back into that short conversation with your neighbor, and I want you to practice this. I want you to practice working to surface what is the story, what is the meaning that I'm putting on it. So a moment ago, you were thinking about what is a choice I'm making that is contributing to the stress in my life. And now I want you to think about that stress. What is the meaning that you're putting on it? If it's like, I have too big of a workload, okay. Well, what's the meaning I'm putting on it? I'm going to miss a deadline? I'm going to let somebody down? I'm going to deliver subpar work that's less than excellent? What is the meaning you're putting on it? And then what does your inner critic say? Who are you if you're not reliable? Who are you if your work is less than perfect? That inner critic, true source of your stress. So take another minute with your neighbor and see if you can work to surface what is that story your inner critic is actually telling you about you in the situation that's stressing you out. All right, I'm going to invite you back. Thank you for allowing me to interrupt your conversations again. Hopefully you're working to surface that story. I'm sure for some of you, it was just right there at the top of your mind. Others, maybe you had to dig a little bit deeper. And now, of course, one of your choices is, do you believe the story that your inner critic is telling you? Because that's also a choice. I hear some no's. Right on. So your mind makes the meaning, your mood follows suit. Your inner critic makes the story, stress will ensue. Your inner critic is not the only voice in your mind. It might be one of the loudest. It might be the one that's been around the longest, but it's not the only source of the story and the meaning that you put on what is happening. So we've talked through this idea that stress is a choice. It's based on the story in your head, and really it's all about your inner critic's story, which means that stress is actually caused by your self-judgment. So if self-judgment is the true source of your stress, then the antidote is self-acceptance. Now, this is a choice. Accepting yourself is a choice. If you're like me, when you heard this, when you heard self-acceptance, you recoil. Like, accept myself. Dr. Laura, no, I want to keep improving. Thank you. Anybody feel that way? Anybody have the sense of, I don't want to accept myself? Because what happens to improvement? We even heard something about complacency up here earlier. Yeah. This is one of the most important things I'm going to tell you in this entire talk. The opposite of self-acceptance isn't self-improvement. It's self-judgment. I believed for the longest time that self-acceptance and self-improvement were opposite ends of the continuum. And I thought I had to choose one or the other. And if I accept myself, then I'm just going to stop growing, and I can't do that. That's not who I am. But this is paradox theory. Now, paradox theory says you can have two ideas, and they feel like they're in contrast, but when you look closer, you see there's actually nuance, and they coexist. So this is the self-acceptance paradox. And so this is saying that self-acceptance and self-improvement are two totally different dimensions. You can be high or low on either one. If you're curious for yourself, you can go to selfacceptancequiz.com. You can actually take a quiz. It's going to place you in this 2x2. Where are you right now based on how you answer those questions? Now, most of the people that I work with find themselves really high on self-improvement. I'm pretty sure all y'all are high on self-improvement. And not as high on the self-acceptance, which means that you're very self-critical. Now, in the quiz, that's called pushing but pressured. Sounds like stress to me. And the fear that people have, high achievers, entrepreneurs, are terrified to accept themselves because they think it means they're going to become complacent. But this shows you that's not the only option. That when you choose to be high on both, high on self-acceptance and high on self-improvement, that is actually a healthy self-concept. In the quiz, that's called flowing and growing. And so this is where you want to be. And you might be wondering, well, how do I do that? How do I change the lens from self-judging to self-accepting? So if you change the lens, you change your life. Do you want to focus on self-improvement from a self-judging lens? Or do you want to focus on self-improvement from a self-accepting lens? This is a choice you get to make over and over. All right, so the now what? What do you actually do with this? I want to share with you a very simple thing you can do every single day that's going to cultivate your self-acceptance practice. It's called taking credit. So taking credit is a practice where you are not necessarily trying to silence the inner critic. You are just giving rise to the other voices in your head. And I'll share a story I'll keep it quick. About 11 years ago, I decided I was going to start running. Hadn't really been a runner before, but I was dating a boy at the time, and he was a runner, so I wanted to be a runner too. And so I decided I'm going to go run 3 miles. And I put on my running shoes, and I run out into my neighborhood. And I'm coming back around the loop, and I'm at like 3/4 of a mile. and I'm wheezing, and I'm cramping, and my legs are burning, and I think maybe I'm dying. No, I thought I was okay, but I was like, okay, I can either keep running or my house is right there. And I decided to stop. I made it 0.8 miles. So I set a goal of 3 miles. I made it 0.8. Now, the inner critic would have a lot to say about that. So embarrassing. Oh my God. You want to make it a mile? Jeez, you should not run. This is just not for you. But I'm happy to say I actually knew a lot of these tools already. And so I didn't beat myself up for it. I decided I was going to take credit. I said, you know what? I take credit for that 0.8 miles that I ran today, because it's 0.8 miles more than I ran yesterday. And when I treated myself like that, and I was focusing on the gain and not just the gap, I kept going. And it started to feel really fun. And within 5 weeks, I was running 5 miles. It is so easy as entrepreneurs to constantly focus on the gap because it's not going anywhere. You know this is true. Every time you set a goal and you get closer to hitting that goal, what happens? Set a new goal. You're like, okay, there's the finish line, but I'm looking over here. Who's good at celebrating? All right, we got a few people. See these hands up? Keep them up. Find them at the networking reception and talk to them for inspiration. I am serious. I talked myself out of celebrating almost everything until I learned about this power of self-acceptance. So take credit. And you know what? It might feel a little bit weird, but that's okay. I think you can handle it. I'll invite you to do a quick exercise right now. Take your hands and just clasp them together with your fingers interlocked like you see in the picture here. And look at your thumbs. Take note of which thumb is closer to you. Got it? Okay, now open your hands and put your hands together the other way. I heard feels weird. How does that feel? Weird? Awkward? Anybody like it? No? You're like, I want to go back. Can I go back? Okay, now who thinks there's something inherently superior about the way you normally do it? Okay, good. You're not irrational people. It's just what you're used to. It's comfortable. It's familiar. Well, self-judgment is comfortable. It's familiar. It's not better. So the fact that taking credit feels weird is a horrible reason to not do it. Taking credit is something you can do every single day, every day. If you can do it with an accountability partner, do that. You can bring in a spouse. You could use somebody that's you're meeting here. If you write it down, it's that much more powerful. Do it every single day. Because you know the power of compound effects, right? You've heard about this? I'm going to skip this for time. Imagine that you improve your self-acceptance 1% every day, even just through this exercise of taking credit for one thing every single day. Over the course of a year, you're going to improve by over 3,000%. If your self-acceptance was 3,000% higher in a year, imagine what that would do to your stress levels. What would it feel like if your stress was even cut in half? This is one of the most important practices that you can do. So do it no matter how awkward, how weird it feels. Self-acceptance is the key to everything you want to be. And I'm not going to show the poll, but if you have your poll open, and Louis, I might ask for your help to just advance to the next question. This is just feedback for me if you're willing to give it. It's a one question item there to just let me know how you're feeling. Because if you are feeling curious about this, then I have a gift for you today, something that I wanted to offer because I appreciate so much the chance to be here. I have this 3-part mini course called Surrender the Stress, the High Achievers Freedom Formula. And I want to walk you through what's in it. If you're interested in grabbing this, again, it's completely free. There's a QR code for you there. First lesson's on power of choice. How can you massively reduce stress in every area of your life? The second lesson is about cultivating a growth mindset. How can you thrive through failure? We know failure is a part of owning a business. It's going to happen. It's always going to happen. How do you thrive through it rather than letting it define you? And then the third lesson cuts right to the core, building self-acceptance. How can you feel truly confident in yourself? Feeling confident in yourself not just because of the successes that you've had, but because you know how worthy you truly are. So this course is designed to help you rewire your mindset, change your relationship to stress, and help you excel with clarity, focus, and authenticity. So these are the lessons again. It's really short videos. I know y'all are super busy. The videos are like 5-6 minutes long. Really short. You can get it done. It's got exercises you can apply immediately, and it's all backed by the science of human behaviors. It's all really fun organizational psychology stuff. And it's free if you get it done by May 22nd. And then it's going to go away. And I do that deadline because I want you to take action. I genuinely believe that self-acceptance is not just the key to everything you want to be. I think it's the key to changing the world. I think that everything in life is better if everybody has a higher degree of self-acceptance. And so for that reason, if you complete the course, if you register and you complete it, then if you want to, you can schedule a one-on-one call with me. I'll be really happy to talk with you about anything that's coming up for you in your business, anything that came up for you in the course. This is normally something I only do for like my really, bigger clients, but I feel so passionately about this. So there it is again if you're interested. And I want to share a more recent story because I opened today with a story about stress running my life. And last month I was at a conference for a group called Millionaire Founders Club. And so this is an organization that's put together for female founders who have broken the 7-figure mark with their businesses, which the statistics are somewhere between 2 and 4% of female founders hit that. And so this is a very, very impressive group of women. And we were sitting at a table having one of our discussions about where is your life out of alignment? And I was listening to them one by one talk about how much time was out of alignment. They were working absolutely insane hours. They were yearning for time back. They were feeling so much stress. And when it got to be my turn, I was almost afraid to say out loud, like, I actually feel amazing about my time. I'm at a point in my life where I am working less than I ever have before, and I'm bringing in more than ever before. And I actually feel really proud of that. And it's not because I'm special, it's because these concepts that I talked to you about today and the things that you'll learn about in the course are real. This stuff works. So, quick summary of everything from today. You learned there are no inherent stressors. Stress is totally subjective, which means that stress is a choice. And you don't have to unchoose this life to unchoose stress. You can unchoose stress, though, because your mind makes the meaning, your mood follows suit. You're choosing that meaning. The stress is only going to happen when the stories in your head are rooted in self-judgment, when it's that inner critic as the origin, which means that higher self-acceptance will dramatically reduce stress in your life. And self-acceptance and self-improvement coexist. Remember, you can focus on self-improvement from a self-judging lens, or you can focus on self-improvement from a self-accepting lens. Research is very clear about which one's more effective and which one's more fun. So change your lens, change your life. And you can practice taking credit to really elevate your self-acceptance. You cannot improve your way out of stress. You can't do it. I thought for the longest time that I could. It's only going to be like this until. Biggest lie I could tell myself. My favorite quote on self-acceptance comes from Dr. Robert Holden. No amount of self-improvement can make up for any lack of self-acceptance. No amount of self-improvement can make up for any lack of self-acceptance. Really let that sink in. So, self-acceptance is the key to everything you want to be, and self-acceptance is the key to everything you're meant to be.
What an incredible way to close us out today. I think that those are tools that we can all put to use immediately. So thank you so much, Dr. Gallagher. I want to invite all of you to take one more survey today. We had some surveys in that keynote, but on your screen right now and on the back of your name tags, there's a QR code. We'd love your feedback on the summit from today. It helps us improve for next year, and that feedback, we really do put it to use because, as I mentioned earlier, the networking, extended networking sessions, that was a result of the feedback we got from last year's survey. So please take a moment to go ahead and do that. I want to thank everyone for coming out today, our speakers, the phenomenal sponsors that we have here, VEI's amazing team. Can we give them a round of applause? Of course, and the support of our community. Together, the people in this room are really making great things happen for veterans in our community that are transitioning to impact our economy and the world. It's so exciting to be in the front row seat for this. Now, I want to invite you, of course, to learn more about VEI and any upcoming events they have by going to thevei.org. That's the website you'll want to tune into to make sure that you're getting all of those details. And now, the moment you've all been waiting for, we are going to kick off the reception, the networking reception in the garage, sponsored by Studio Nona and Suncoast Credit Union to continue the conversations that you all have had today and some fellowships. So please make your way into the garage. And as you exit today, at the end of the day, please drop off your name tags so that we can reuse them for next year. Thank you so much.
Yeah.